I would say not necessarily. I would say that when you are in the classroom and you are seeing social interactions and classroom management, you can see things that may need to be looked at a little deeper. So where it struggled socially, I'm sure from moving, coming in the middle of the year is hard to do. And so struggling with social social norms, I would say. I do not, but I don't think he was with us. I feel like I know it wasn't the end of the year. So I don't remember exactly the time frame. I just remember it was kind of a chunk in the middle of the year. They thought he was. They thought he was odd. He didn't. When you're in 5th grade, you're starting to recognize like that maybe you shouldn't announce to the class that you have to go to the bathroom. You know, that kind of stuff. So maybe a little standoffish. But we also, there were a lot of things that I did to try to build community. We did class meetings every morning, and which composed of a greeting, where we worked on making eye contact and greeting each other, and then we would do a one-word check-in so that people would know, hey, and people could expand if they wanted to on how they were doing that day, so that the class would know if someone's struggling a little bit to maybe give some space. And we would usually play some sort of little game in that little morning meeting. I couldn't say. I think that they were helpful. Morning meetings were something that I did for years, and I think they were helpful to my class. Yes. Yes. I can't remember specifically, Tanner, but the children, we would listen to Disney soundtracks for group work and then classical music for independent work. And that was just something that would play literally in the background so that it wasn't so distracting, like if you heard pencils dropping and things like that. I enjoyed being Tanner's teacher. I thought so, yeah. Actually, I don't recall nothing that sticks out. So I do remember when he left that the school he went to called us pretty quickly. There were some things that we were doing to help with classroom management. So I enjoyed it.
I bet people knew this fucker had a weird obsession.
All of my kids know that I love them.
It's so important for Tanner to know everybody loves him.
Working out, then you have to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna take that. Come a little up for me.
That was, I would take the class to the bathroom. I would only send them in a few at a time. You don't send a whole class into the bathroom together. The rest of us would sit in the hallway and play a game while we waited for our rotations. The time I remember, we were coming back from the library, everybody had their books. And when it was Tanner's turn to go in the bathroom, he brought me his books and said, "Can you take these back for me? Because I'm going to be in there for a while." And, which made me laugh. And the kids kind of giggled about it too. So,
Was there a story about the Mad Libs?
yes, Mad Libs was something that we would do in our morning meeting. It's a good way to learn parts of speech. And Tanner really, I remember him really loving to do Mad Libs. And we were having a class party. I'm assuming Valentine's, because you only get 3 parties. He really wanted the class to do Mad Libs. And I said, "No, the class doesn't want to do that. We're going to do this." But I said, "But you can take the Mad Libs, but you can do it if you'd like to." And then Mad Libs, like the old, from the 60s, like the MADLI.
Who the hell doesn't know what Mad Libs is?
Okay. I told him that he could do the Mad Libs by himself if he'd like to, and he did, and he was very much laughing and enjoying himself, but really I could tell he was trying to sell it to get everybody, because doing a Mad Libs by yourself, you know what your adjectives are and your nouns are. It kind of, it's not as funny
the purpose
when you're doing it with someone who has no idea what the story is.
It's stupid to do it by yourself. He's doing it by himself. He's actually retarded.
There was a day where Tanner came and he had his snow hat on, and he came to school and he sat down and he took his hat off, and I looked at his hair and it had some dried bubbles in it, and I said, "Tanner, honey, do you still have shampoo in your hair?" And he immediately felt it and said, "Oh my gosh, I forgot to wash it out." And so I sent him to the nurse so that she could help him get his hair washed out.
Dude, you ever forget to wash the fucking soap off your armpits? That's the worst. I lather my pits up first to get the deodorant, like the antiperspirant off of them. I fucking forgot to rinse them like a couple weeks ago. I had to get back.
Yes.
I had to re-rinse my pits, bro.
He is on the second to the back row, and he is second from the left.
Yeah, it's just I'm talking to myself. There's nobody here now, so no more talking aloud.
Okay. That's Exhibit 7, and you wish to publish the point of the journal.
But at least 10 people have fucking stopped by and not said fucking shit. Fuck you too. Hey Lou. Number 11. Number 11 said something. Heyo. You're the winner, Lou.
Cross-examination. Thank you.
Now, maybe a couple of questions for you. My name is James. I get the idea, man, that you love all of these. Like, that loves all of these. Is that?
Yes.
I get, even though, you said that you only saw Tanner for, it would seem like a few months in the middle of the year, is that right?
Yes.
But you put the same effort into him as you do to all of your students,
Yes.
You said a little bit, and just to be sure here, it's not unusual for kids that kind of move in the middle of the year to have problems adjusting to social life, is it?
No, that's not unusual.
Not unusual. But it seemed like that whatever you did with your students, including Tanner, the morning you did that for their benefit to help them socially.
Yes.
And you don't have anything to say even during that short period if you knew that Tanner Horner that he had any problems with that.
I'm sorry.
Morning meetings, agree with things.
Yes, he enjoyed the morning meetings. Yes.
That's what I was asking.
Okay.
He was able to participate with the other students,
Yes.
and communicate whatever you had asked it as far as giving their one word.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming that's good, bad, or happy or unhappy, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was able to do that.
Yes.
That's what,
Redirect.
That's correct, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hang on just a minute.
Bruh, this fucking. Bruh.
okay. We'll follow Deputy. Who do you have next? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Reduction. This is in effect says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. And once you have testified, do not discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers. Okay? So we're going to ask you some questions outside the presence of the jury to start. Okay? All right, Ms. Andrews?
I'm not sure, Your Honor, what you would like me to ask.
Well, I'm going to kind of treat this like a 705 here. So, or I can let the state go first. It's whichever way y'all want to do it.
Oh, really, Your Honor, it's not my objection, so, they have asked for this to take on board either, so
Okay.
they get to go first.
Okay.
And Your Honor, for purposes of the record, witness has requested that we use her name Beth
Okay.
instead of the full name,
That's fine.
and we'll provide the full name to the court reporter.
Okay. Mr. State.
Still okay about this thing, man? Is that okay?
Name's good.
goes down the order.
And ma'am, it's my understanding that you are a speech language pathologist.
I am.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as part of that, do you have a master's in speech therapy as well?
Yes, I do.
And I think there's something that you want to get certified to get your C's.
I have,
Is that right? What does that mean?
I was the in-home facilitator for the autistic students.
Okay. In-home facilitator.
Yeah, that didn't tell you too
Hang
much,
on,
did it?
hang on. Gotta have one person talking at one time, so let him finish asking the question before you give the answer. Okay? Go ahead, Mr. Smith. I'll start.
What is an in-home facilitator?
An in-home facilitator works with the classroom teacher and works with there at the school to make sure behavior is being reduced in the proper manner, to make sure that that the student is there and learns, basically is what it is, without all the erratic behaviors interfering with the ability for them to learn. Plus, the rest of the students in the classroom don't want to be interrupted either. And then they also go into the home, work with the parents, set up a behavioral program so that the parents will know how to react to inappropriate behaviors. And
Interesting.
and then I also took
That's interesting.
certain
But his
certain
dad was abusive, and his mom was neglectful. So I don't think they were fucking listening, lady.
students into the
I don't think it
community
helped.
to make certain that they understood how we behave in public, and then I go home.
Okay.
I'm not done wasting my day. I go home.
So let me ask you,
I
as part of
Because
that,
she didn't seem to do anything to
with
help
regard
the
to these
situation.
students, do you do
You
any
need to call
testing
DHS.
with these students? Did you do any testing?
Not for autism. That's the diagnostician.
Okay. And you did you make any conclusions from that testing as to what you were going to do with those students?
That's correct.
So you took what the diagnostician said and used your training to form a plan.
Exactly. Plus, before I just jumped in there with the diagnostician's recommendations, I went to the classroom and observed.
But you wouldn't be able to testify as to what a diagnostician recommended because you're not the diagnostician.
That is correct.
But you use their expertise in what you're doing.
That's correct.
Okay. And as it applies to the defendant, Tanner Horner, what type of, let me just ask you, what year did you first come into contact?
I knew you were going to ask that. Either 2003 or 2004. Somewhere around there.
When was the last time you had contact?
Damn, this dude was a kid.
The last,
2003,
probably the
2004.
last month of
Crazy.
school. 2000.
No.
Well, no. The last month of school in
Trippy.
December of either 2003 or
That's
2000.
that's trippy, dude. That's actually fucking crazy when you think about it. Just recently, a 10-year-old stabbed a 14-year-old to death. Have y'all seen that one? It's like a kid can kill that's crazy, dude. Like man, y'all seen that shit?
Had contact with
A
him.
10-year-old stabbed a 14-year-old to death. It was
That's
this
correct.
week.
What school was that at?
Hazel Junior High.
And with regard to your contact with him, did you take the diagnostician's opinions and things and form some form of plan for him?
Yes, sir.
And was that you that did that or somebody else?
That was me.
That was you. Okay. there are a lot of people involved when we do special.
Like, this dude was probably murderous
It was
when
me.
he was a kid. I bet he was killing, like, small
From that
animals
plan,
and shit.
What are you going to testify to today, as to your interactions with Sam Horn?
I have been asked to just talk about Tanner, how he was, his behavior, if I had difficulties with him, if I saw erratic behaviors. And I'll be real honest with you, Tanner was a great kid. Great kid. We enjoyed each other's company. He behaved. Now, sometimes when he was playing games, because I would take him with another student, and we would go out in the community and we'd, you know, go to a park and perhaps play a game at the table, or go to a restaurant, learn how to order, how to sit and wait for that order to be served. We went out to my place one time because I had pet deer,
Pet beer.
pet deer.
I asked you about it. Just kidding, go ahead.
You know, I just worked with them, with these students, to help them learn coping for whatever the situation was, because cognitively, you throw something in on an individual who has
How does
Asperger's,
this help him,
Tanner
dude?
especially.
How does
You
this...
throw something out of the ordinary into his daily schedule, and he's off. He can't adjust to it quickly. You need to slowly get him used to it. Help him to think about what his behavior is going to be.
So why the fuck is he driving a FedEx truck on the road with us and shit? I think that's a problem. People like this shouldn't be allowed to drive next to us, because who knows when they're gonna fucking snap and just run over somebody or some shit. You know what I mean? If the motherfucker can't be trusted just to like be in class with his emotions, how are we trusting him with a driver's license? What the fuck are we doing, man?
That's correct.
Does this
You're
make any
not planning
sense?
on testifying about what the diagnostician said, and you're not planning on testifying about all the plans that you created from that diagnostician's recommendations.
Would you repeat that?
So you're planning on testifying about whatever the plans you created relying on those diagnosticians' opinions.
Yes.
I'm gonna put it this way. Secretary?
Hi, Beth, how are you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
In formulating a treatment plan, are you required to rely, or is it necessary for you to rely upon the results and reports of other people, such as a diagnostician?
The diagnostician and the teacher. Yes, ma'am.
Are the treatment plans that you provide and that you form and develop, are they based upon your training and experience?
Yes.
Are they based upon your personal observations?
Yes.
Are they based upon your interviews with the student or with the family and teachers?
Yes.
And for today, let me back up. Are all of those things that you obtain, are those necessary in order for you to provide a treatment plan and develop a treatment plan?
Of course they are.
Are your treatment plans tailored to each student?
Exactly.
Why is it important to tailor it to each student?
Repeat.
But why is it important?
Oh, I think this bitch's testimony is a waste of fucking time.
Well, to me,
Like, how is that gonna? She's back.
yes. Ooh.
As a speech pathologist, what did you do?
I worked with, when I worked in the school district, I worked with students who had cognitive deficits, who had speech impediment, or who had dysphagia or swallowing difficulties, who stuttered. I worked with a lot of the students from resource that just
Dude, it's just her
had delay in
all
language
morning.
and difficulty understanding what was really being asked of them in the general classroom.
Did you work with students with their mental
I did.
I'm gonna do the litter box.
All of them. Fort Worth ISD and Azle. An in-home facilitator is an individual who tries to help the student adjust to the classroom, what's expected of them in the classroom, how to behave in the classroom, and also goes into the home, works with the parents, makes sure they have a program that would work on the behaviors that need to be worked on. And then I also took individuals out into the environment, teach them how to order at a restaurant, teach them how loudly to talk to them and how loudly not to talk. Just teach them etiquette and go over situations that they have difficulty staying within the lines of what we consider to be close to normal. Because he lives there, and because that program that that student is working on in the classroom, the same type of reinforcement and the same type of punishment and the same type of results are expected out of the home also. It affects it for sure, because the student is at home much more than they are at school. I know that everyone thinks they're at school all day, so that they're at school longer, but the effect of the home disciplinary actions affect what he's or she's going to do at school. If they get away with interrupting or whatever, losing their temper, getting their way, being a score.
Catch of the day.
They're going to expect that very same behavior when they get to school at first.
Catch of the day. Catch of the day. Catch of the day.
That's right.
Yes, ma'am.
Catch of the day. Catch of the day. So, come around here often? Me too. Matter of fact, I come here every day. It's a matter of factual statement.
Number 69.
Well, hello there.
If you'll just glance on those for a moment for me, and you guys up there.
Aiyah. Bruh. So it's pretty much what they're trying to say is they shouldn't kill him because he's always been a little retarded. We can't kill the retarded children of the world. Don't kill the retards. Don't kill the retards. Remember that song? Never forget. The thing is, though, they're gonna be like, there's gonna be some kind of prison justice on this dude, no matter what. And they don't give a shit if you're retarded. Actually, and matter of fact, that might even make them want to punch you more. Like, him being retarded is not going to save his life. But what if he realizes that? Like, him not getting put on death row isn't going to save his life. What super high profile pedo case ever survives in prison? Is there one? Does that happen?
Yes, they are.
You can't hear the damn, like, the lawyers don't take their own advice. They tell the fucking witnesses to always get up in the microphone, but you can't hardly ever hear them.
No, man, I was the first. You had met the first.
It's kind of gay, dude. It fucks up the, like,
It doesn't.
it fucks up the content when you can't hear both fucking sides, man. Stupid. I'm straining to try to hear what the lawyers are saying. Maybe a different source.
And with his mother being in the home, and it was a small home, with his mother being there, it just put a stick in his spokes. He just couldn't roll with it.
Well, this is a better one, dude. This one's even showing the slides.
Tanner and the mom being in the home? Or, well, I should say, I see documented that
Court TV sucks.
there were concerns. Is
Okay.
that something that affected the stability of the home?
You need to rephrase that.
I think I did. That was a very good question.
No.
I'll try again.
Okay.
Did the grandparents in this case have any concerns with the mom being in the home?
Oh, I don't
Did
know.
her presence cause any instability?
For him, yes, but I don't know about the rest of the household.
And in your records, you had documented that the mother had not always, or had been in and out of his life, and that he moved several times during his youth.
Yes.
Why is it important to document that he had moved several times?
Kind of seems like we're just repeat and repeat, doesn't it? It is important because anything that happens in a child's life affects them. And moving around is not stability. And it would be difficult to continue a normal routine in all different situations. Because I don't know where they moved to. I don't know what that was like. He didn't either. He just had to go.
Right, so moving on to some more of your records. You had noted that the influence of Tanner's mother being in and out of his life was an area of concern, and that the grandparents believed that his aggressive behaviors from the instability with the mother. were you able to observe anything to support these concerns?
Where did I get, are you asking me where did you get the idea that they were concerned about the mother being in the home?
Yes.
Well, actually, the grandmother said to me at one meeting that when the mother was there, that she said her being here infringes upon Tanner's routines.
And we've already established that routines are important, right?
Absolutely.
And I wanted to note,
There's a trip that they're showing like old notes that she wrote about him.
MDT for Thursday. What is that? What is an MDT?
I don't remember.
Okay. And did you, could it be multidisciplinary team?
Did I what?
Could it be multidisciplinary team?
Oh, I bet it is. Well, we could just make something up. Nobody knows.
What lady?
Now that, one of the things that was noted in your records was that
Right.
the mother was back home and therefore Tanner's behavior
Size?
was exactly the same as before. Would that indicate to you that the mother's presence caused these disturbances?
My opinion is yes.
And one of the other concerns was that the effect of mom being in and out of his life.
Sure.
Getting ahead of myself. Okay.
I wish I knew how old he was with all this shit.
Did Tanner's mom ever get involved in any of the sessions that you had at the home? And then we can turn up the lights.
Okay.
What did you
Ask that again, please.
Okay, did Tanner's mother ever get involved in any of the sessions you had at home?
No.
Did she ever make her presence known during these sessions?
She was in the room, and that's it.
And would she ever make any comments about what was going on during the sessions, even though she wasn't directly involved with
No.
them? You mentioned his, in your records, you talked about how his behavior seemed to change whether mom was there or not there. Based upon your observations, do you feel that he was doing better with your program when she was in the home or out of the home?
Out.
Well, why is that?
Because her being in the home interrupts his routine.
Why the fuck can their mics be the same level? Is that impossible
Also
to
in
do?
that home was his grandmother. Did you, what were your first impressions of her?
She's a lovely lady, and she tried her best.
Did she have her own issues?
Probably. We didn't discuss them.
And did you have the opportunity to watch Tanner and his grandmother interact together?
Yes, a little bit.
And how those interactions go?
It's according to what she asked Tanner to do. But mostly, it was okay. I mean, I'm sure they had their differences, but I never saw him get angry at his grandmother.
Over the course of your sessions with the family and with Tanner, and based upon your observations, did his grandmother seem to love Tanner?
Oh, yes.
And did Tanner seem to love her?
Oh, yes. They adored each other.
And did his grandmother seem motivated to try to help Tanner to make sure that he gets the services that he needed?
Yes.
Do you think she was able
can't answer that for her.
Hang on just a minute. Objection sustained. You
That,
don't need to
even the witness knew
I'm not
that
gonna answer that.
was a stupid question. That's
Did
hilarious.
you have the opportunity to?
Stupid lawyer.
Yes, I did.
And did you watch the interactions between Tanner and his grandfather?
Yes, some.
What were those like?
The grandfather was a little more demanding, a little gruff with him at times, I thought.
Did you ever see him raise his voice or hear him raise his voice to Tanner?
Yes,
Did you ever hear him bark at him or snap at him?
yes,
Did you ever hear him say ugly things to Tanner?
no. Just in an ugly tone.
When this happened, were you able to watch Tanner's demeanor and how he accepted this?
Yes,
And how did his demeanor change?
yes.
How so?
You could tell it upset him. You could tell he wasn't happy with what he was being asked to do, and certainly not the way he was being asked to do
Put
it.
the wrong fucking plungers on these things,
Was
dude.
his grandfather very involved in this?
They only
program?
draw
No.
Established?
Not
50
really.
ml, but the
Did
new
you ever
one,
try to get him involved in the program?
the old ones do
No,
1 ml
Did he ever express any
or
interest in
0.5.
trying to help out?
no.
Just do plungers, only do half a milliliter when
Did you
I
ever
try to
meet
draw it
with
up.
him to try to
The
work
fuck?
with him on how
Whoa.
to handle a child that was on the spectrum?
We talked about behavior
How's it return
and
then?
how one person's
Girl.
behavior can affect the other
Okay.
person's behavior. But no, we didn't get him. He was a serviceman. I didn't push him too far.
And did he seem receptive to your information?
No,
Interesting.
Did he seem to understand what you were doing was so important?
no.
Did he seem to care?
Well, I think he cared because I was in the home, in and out of the home, and it's not that we didn't get along with each other, because we did. He just didn't understand, had no understanding. He just wanted Tanner to quit having his tantrums, to behave. And he was the one setting Tanner's behavior off.
So it's kind of like a vicious cycle?
It was, yes ma'am,
And so you have to work not just on one, you have to be able to work on both of them?
that's correct.
And if one is not willing or receptive to help,
Don't leave your witness.
if one person is not willing to accept the help, how does that affect the other?
Well, the program can't work. Have you ever ridden a bicycle with one tire? It's a little difficult, and that's the way this works.
So let's talk about some of the other parts of the program that you worked on with. You had mentioned earlier about cognitive processing, and I think you also meant social skills. I also mentioned social skills. Let's start with cognitive processing. What did you mean when you said cognitive processing?
What I mean is, when we do a behavior, there's going to be a consequence. And in the normal way the brain works, you can foresee what that consequence may be. So you tell yourself, we don't want to do that. He doesn't foresee that.
Bullshit.
He just can't foresee that.
You're a fucking dumb cunt.
He has to learn, he learned coping to stop and to think about it. What have I just done? And if I do this, what's going to happen? And that's a hard process for anyone. They have to start themselves in the middle of whatever's happening.
We're talking about a
But he
little
can't, he couldn't,
girl
he
here
could not see,
that
couldn't project what was going to happen.
Does she know what she's saying right now?
So is cognitive processing, is that interrelated with the ability to problem solve?
Oh, absolutely.
As if this
And you
motherfucker didn't
mentioned
know what
that
he was,
Tanner couldn't foresee
the outcome was gonna be of this
consequences of
shit.
his actions. Does that directly impact his ability to problem solve?
If he did, why didn't he do it
He
sooner?
can, yes,
If he wasn't
and
fucking
probably
scared of the
does in many
outcome.
ways.
Based upon your observations of Tanner, could you see him attempting to work through the process to solve a problem?
I could. He was getting there, let's put it that way.
And describe that for me.
He would stop. He would always look at me. And I'd just look at him back like, come on, let's think about this. You gotta think about this. So he had learned, at least to stop what he was doing if it didn't feel like it was right. He didn't, in the beginning, he could not do that.
Well, how do our emotions play into our ability to problem solve?
How do our emotions?
Yes, when we're talking about problem solving, you talk about cognitive processing, but do our emotions affect our ability to cognitively process?
Certainly.
And so were you ever able, let's try that again. Did you ever see a situation where emotions, or Tanner's emotions got in the way of his ability to problem solve?
Yes. For instance, playing the game with the other student, you know. He knew those rules. He knew those rules, and that student just broke the rules. And so I would watch him, and he got to where, when that happened, he would stop and think.
Did you ever work with him on the importance of being able to compromise?
Yeah.
Why is that important?
Because when you're around people, you have to compromise. It's not all about you.
How did your sessions on compromise go with Tanner?
Well, we didn't have.
How did he compromise the night
It's
he
not
was
like
with
we had a
Athena
session.
Strand?
Okay, today we're going to do nothing but compromise. The compromising goes along with the problem solving and hopefully the understanding of what's going to happen. If a certain behavior is displayed, this is going to happen, and that's not good.
Now, I bet you had also talked about the importance of learning social skills. Why is it important that we learn social skills?
Because we live in a social society.
What kind of social skills did you work on with Tanner?
We worked on talking about what other people wanted to talk about, not always what we wanted to talk about. Allowing other people to join us. You know, if he's working on something he's doing real well, and they come over and want to join him, you know, let's let them. Maybe they have some good ideas.
But it's his toy.
You had mentioned earlier about community outings. Well, what kind of outings would you take Tanner on?
We went to the park. We went to restaurants. We went out to my house to see the deer. That's about it. We went to numerous restaurants. Some that were quiet and some that had a more noisy environment.
Why are these community outings important in your work?
In my work,
Yes. And your work with students?
because it helps them to learn to cope and to adjust and to accept what's happening around them without having a meltdown.
Throughout these outings, did you see any improvement in Tanner's behavior?
Oh,
and
yes.
his coping?
Oh, yes. Yes, Tanner. At first, at first restaurant, he talked too loudly, and it interrupted people around us. And as it went on, he learned not to do that. And he would ask me, "Am I talking too loudly?" I would say,
What's so fucking strange is that his parents were unable to like teach him this shit. What?
"A little bit, yep."
Good.
And he would adjust.
Now, Ben, I have some more of your records here. And one of the things that
It's
was
interesting.
discussed was the ability to reduce Tanner's tantrums and increase
Oh,
socialization.
never mind. They were a little retarded
To
too.
allow
I
him
forgot.
the privilege of having friends.
Yeah.
Did Tanner have a lot of friends?
No. Tanner was bullied at school,
That doesn't mean he didn't have any friends though.
so
I was
No, he
bullied too,
might have had-
but I had a handful of
I don't ever
friends.
know of one, to tell you the truth. But
Bullshit. I don't believe
hopefully
that.
he did have friends, but I don't know
Motherfucker had
a
a
single
kid
one.
eventually, so he probably had friends already. At least a couple people that he talked to or sort of shit. Lady, they're just the pity partying the fuck out this dude, man. Poor Tanner.
And one of the notes that, some of the behavior that you observed was,
Like,
he was excited to
Because he
go
was
with me to
picked
get a
on.
bite to eat.
Is
He
it
was
getting-
awkward when
They're gonna
ordering
kill him in prison anyway,
his
dude.
meal.
This is just a waste of
He
time.
was not vested in any topic other than his areas of interest. I always initiated the conversation and Tanner would respond, but did not perpetuate a stream of conversation.
All this is a waste of
Right.
time.
Was
Not unless
this,
it was his interest.
That penalty hits.
was this uncommon, or is this uncommon with a person on the
I think it's
spectrum?
just gonna give the inmates more ammo to wanna, like, more reason to wanna fuck him up. From hearing all this shit, if they're able to see this,
Community outings, you said you were able to see some improvement,
Oh, yes.
and would that be noted by Tanner? was
because
being
they're
more
gonna see
talkative?
him as just being broken forever.
Yes.
There's no, like,
Yes.
you gotta.
He
There's gonna
communicated
be
that
no use for him in
because he
prison for that.
talked with us.
They're gonna be like,
And he just had an overall improvement, really, which is why I recommended him continue.
And I'm not gonna go through all of these slides with you, but I did have a question about these tick marks. What are these tick marks for? So, because when the jury goes back and takes these records back with them, I'd like them to be able to understand what it all means in there.
It means he did well. It means he entered the conversation well. He added to the conversation. He initiated. He talked loudly. Now that one's not particularly good. But his turn taking was really improving. I was very proud of it.
dude, they put a lot of
But
time into this
despite
kid
some of these,
to try
he still had some
continue.
issues.
on the right track.
And again, the jury will be able to take these records back and look at them.
He was living
But you noted that
filth, dude. His place
Goals
was,
are showing good improvement and continue.
it was
with the
disgusting.
plan.
There were
How
food
important is
and
it?
boxes and shit everywhere.
Continue
And
with these plans?
It's important.
probably were,
It's very
he lived in a shack, dude. He didn't even live in a house even. The mattress was
strengthened-
disgusting.
To strengthen the coping skills that he's learned
They,
and
it didn't work, man.
to help build his confidence that he is communicating with others. He's doing a good job. He's turn taking. He's just
They-
behaving well.
Why does this matter? Why is this?
At this point, you recommended that the school continue with the current plan. Do you know if that happened?
I don't know for sure, but I don't think so.
And what can happen if a person who is learning new skills, showing improvement, is suddenly taken out of that program? What happens to those skills?
Well, I can't really say. It would be the individual. Speaking about our individual, he will either continue with what he's learned or it will go by the wayside.
Well, let me ask you this. How difficult is it to transfer the skills that he is learning with you while in your presence in these semi-controlled environments? How difficult is it to take that and put it into another context where he may not be with you, may not be in a controlled environment? It's the transferability of these skills.
Yes. Well, at first it was difficult, but when he learns how to behave in a manner that is acceptable, then he goes on and he uses them. It was, in my opinion, it was very important that he continue. And I just don't think it happened.
Now, Beth, it's been 20 years since you've had Tanner as a student. It's been over 20 years since you were his in-home facilitator. How do you remember him so well?
I liked him. He was a great kid. And he was mannerly. Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am.
Dude, they had burnt
I'm
this cord
sorry.
out.
I'm sorry I did that. I just had fun with him. He was a fun kid.
Now, Beth, you understand that he has pled guilty to the offense of capital murder that involved a kidnapping.
Yes, I do.
And you understand that there have been other allegations involved with that kidnapping and murder of Hannah.
I don't know that. I have not involved myself in anything.
Now, Beth, are you saying that Tanner's autism was the reason why this incident occurred?
No,
Do you feel that it's an excuse for what happened?
no,
Do you feel that it justifies
No.
what he did?
no.
Do you feel that it's a defense to what he did?
It's what?
A defense to what he did?
No, I don't. I'll tell you where it comes in my mind. Is this young man should have never been in that truck by himself.
Now, Beth, I want to go back to...
Whoa, that's what I was just saying, though. I was just saying that. Like, why would this guy be out? Why does he have a job on the roads with us? And he, they're sitting there saying that he could just snap at any moment. And you never know. Like, what? Why would he be allowed to even have a driver's license? And she's pretty much saying he shouldn't. Fuck. Okay.
That is when you
All right.
were
Now we're on the same page.
Tanner's in-home facilitator. Did you enjoy spending time with him?
Yeah, what?
Did you enjoy spending time with him?
Yes, very much.
All right, you're right. I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Staten, do you anticipate much cross-examination?
It's been a lot gone over, Judge. I don't know where it's gonna go.
All right, let's take our morning break, okay? We'll start back up in 10 minutes.
Okay. This young man should have never been in that truck by himself?
Yeah, I guess she's had that opinion for 30 years. Quite convenient now. Again, more of nothing. I'm just not sure how effective this is. Vince has had her there. She's a speech pathologist, commenting on autism.
Would you objected to that?
At some point, I understand it's a death penalty case, so we're under higher scrutiny for appeal purposes, and there's a reason why all these people are allowed to testify, because the prosecution wants to keep everything buttoned up. It's got to be clean. A lot of taxpayer dollars are being used here. But at some point, we've got to raise the white flag and say, okay, just I think we've got it now.
Right.
But that comment at the end there, very emotional comment from, I believe her name is Beth.
Right.
This young man should have never been in a truck by himself. Well, he's been in a truck by himself his entire adult life. When he, those girls said that he raped them, those two 16-year-olds. And Beth never intervened and told anybody. I'm not aware of this woman, Beth, ever warning anyone of this man not driving in the car by himself. He was driving a truck by himself when he was singing Jingle Bell Rock while this innocent 7-year-old angel was screaming in the back of his truck and smoking a cigarette.
What's happening?
He's driving
A weird news
he's driving a
station.
truck by himself right now with a seatbelt around him, so he doesn't get injured. But this young, innocent girl, he's about to try to break her neck before he chokes her to death. And she soils her pants and vomits and bites her own tongue with her own teeth. This jury is tired of hearing these people who are adding absolutely nothing
Interesting.
to this case. There's
News
nothing
broadcast.
these witnesses and purported experts, and this Beth woman, I have no idea what she's still doing up here. The laughing that's going on, you know, a lawyer needs to at least say, hey, can we cut down the laughing? I don't know who's joking. I don't know what's going on in here. There's nothing funny about this case.
There's no laughing.
And no
matter.
one should be cracking little jokes.
Right. Like let there be light or something. We got Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, who is at the courthouse. I've got Cody Skipper with me. Cody's pretty passionate about the kind of basically the pointlessness of this testimony today.
Yeah, Tanya, it's just like the other witnesses that we heard yesterday. No one understands the point. And I just keep wondering why they didn't bring in the doctor who diagnosed him as autistic first. Because one of the things that, I don't know if you guys heard, it might have been when we had the camera turned off, but they were discussing how much she could go into his autism diagnosis, because she wasn't the one that diagnosed him. She just got information and then she came up with a plan. And the judge restricted her testimony to just that, not anything about his autism and how he was diagnosed. And so if you want to introduce that kind of evidence about the severity of his autism or whatever, why not bring in the person who actually diagnosed him? And I'm not even sure he's on the witness list. So I would ask that of our expert. Would you not bring in that person first?
Yeah, what do you think, Dave?
Yes. I mean, you would bring him in first. That's the job. If this person is
Maybe that person's dead.
If this person, sorry, I thought Rebecca was still on. If this person is supposed to do that strategically, that's what you would be doing first. You know, fire off the most powerful bullet, strike with the sharpest sword. That is your job. I assume they don't exist in this case.
Oh, they don't want to testify.
Well, or the latter. You're right. But that is your job. If you have them, play the cards. Let's see them. You know, we're not on the flop of the turn. The river just hit in this poker game, and it's time to go.
Right.
Yeah, Tanya, because it just seems that, again, it's just so, it just feels so pointless. And I think everyone in that courtroom, probably including the jurors, are sort of scratching their heads as to what these witnesses are adding to the defense. I mean, these are people that saw him when he was a kid, that have not had any interaction with him whatsoever since then. And who he was then and who he is now are probably not the same person. And so it's just, I don't understand what this testimony is doing for the defense. And again, I told you that every witness that went up there that we heard during voir dire, when we did not have the jury here, when we were having the hearings, at the end, all of them said, this is not an excuse, this is not the reason he did it, is the disorders or the things that he's been diagnosed with have nothing to do with what he did to Athena Strand. And you heard her say it as well. So I just don't see how helpful this is to the defense.
Cody?
No, it's hurtful because it keeps happening. Read the room. I mean, read the room. I had a speech pathologist. I couldn't say my R's. A lot of kids have speech pathologists. It happens. Again, you're making something out of nothing. Get to the point and move on.
Cody says he also ate quarters too.
I did. I ate a few quarters. Yeah.
So I mean, you know, it's apparently like I have struggled over, Rebecca and I both. We've struggled over the past 3 days. I mean, it seems like, I guess when you have nothing, you just throw anything that you can up against the wall.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you know, one of the experts that they're going to bring in, Tanya, at the very end, is a psychiatrist, I believe, and she is the one who says that he's got like these, however many disorders she believes that he has, that she diagnosed him with. But even at the end, even all of the things that she's going to throw in, she's pretty much the one that is most sympathetic to Tanner Horner, with if you can give him any sympathy at all. But she's the one that's most likely to be more helpful to the defense. But even at the very end, she says the same thing when pressed by the prosecutors. Does this excuse what he did? No. Does it, did he know right from wrong? Did he know taking Athena was wrong? Yes. Did he know kidnapping her was wrong? Yes. Did he know murdering her and strangling was wrong? Yes. End of story.
Cody? I know you got more to add.
Yeah, I mean, you know, remember, this is the same guy who, in his interview, Rebecca, I mean, let's just go back with the quotes here. I'm not a bad person. I've always done the right thing. I'm not some criminal. I'm autistic, weird, yes. I was in a Christian pop band at some point. I have a conscience. I mean, this guy, he knows exactly what's going on. These are his words. I mean, the man drove for Amazon before he went to FedEx. So even Amazon thought he was hireable, and there were no observations that would lead a normal person to believe there may be a problem if he's delivering packages into someone's driveway, where he may have to have social interactions. And that's another point I keep stressing on, is that, I mean, you have social interactions as a delivery driver.
Right.
You meet with other human beings. You have to communicate. So none of these things, to me, in my experience, are going to go toward that second box to be checked if they even get to the mitigation. I mean, obviously they will once you go past one, but to me, it's not going to hold any water. That bucket's just going to be completely dried up.
Well, and Tanya, one of the defense experts that's going to get up there as well is just going to say he's a liar. He lies. He lies to cover what he did here. He lies whenever he is pushed against a corner. He lied about Zero and his alter ego that doesn't exist. He does not have multiple personality disorder. He's a liar. And his defense's own witnesses are going to say he's a liar.
I mean, when your own witnesses are going to say that, I mean, that's a heavy load there.
Yeah, I mean, this jail call where he says, quote, I guarantee they're making it worse than it is. That came out of his mouth in a jail cell. There's just no coming back from that.
Yeah. Do we have any sense on where this is headed for the rest of the day, Rebecca? Who else might be on the stand?
I think they're bringing in a couple of more civilian witnesses and possibly one more expert, but you know, it's been kind of changing a little bit. This judge definitely wants to get as many people today as he can on that stand and move this case along. But still, we are expected to be here until May the 4th because of the number of witnesses they are calling. I mean, I would ask our defense expert there, would you just rest your case at this point and move on?
Yes. I mean, there's just one answer to that. Yes. It's time to move on.
Just, I mean, essentially, you've got to just send it.
I mean, if they don't have any other experts to try to dial in the specifics of, you know, fetal alcoholism, everything they put forth the other day, what were these other issues here? You've got fetal alcohol syndrome, the Asperger's and autism, the young childhood, because my mother was a stripper, lead exposure, the stripper mother defense, that doesn't require any expertise, so you can find that in a lot of counties in this country. It's just, we're down to brass tacks right now, so I would have fully expected some person to come in and say something of substance. Like if we go back to the expert on a boy swallowing pennies, you know, the whole purpose of that testimony is to say the effect it has on a child's frontal lobe and the developing brain. Well, he had no opinion on that. He just reading from a book, a peer-reviewed journal about lead exposure. Well, we all know about that. But, you know, when ultimately he's like, well, no, I never even reviewed if it had an effect on Tanner's frontal lobe. You know, he's trying to tie it back to how young he was because of the body mass index and that volume of lead reportedly staying in his system. We don't know how long it did, what his bowel habits were. But the fact of the matter is that purported expert, who I don't even believe was an expert, was allowed to testify in generic terms when he was supposed to have testified as the effect that it could have had on the brain development of specifically this defendant and his frontal lobe. That never happened.
I guess because they didn't have it.
They didn't have it. Another goose egg.
What? And
Tanya,
go ahead.
Tanya, we are going to hear from a couple of other experts that are going to talk about how they scanned his brain and brain scans and MRIs and other things that they did, CAT scans. But it, you know, having listened to all of that testimony as well, at the end of the day, again, they're going to testify. Yeah, but was there a cause and effect? All of the stuff that happened to him and the brain scans and all of the testing, you know, did he do that because of, you know, these problems that he has, or that he has some sort of neurological damage that him to do this? And none of them will get to that point. At least when I heard them on cross-examination, when asked by prosecutors, well, did it cause him to do this? They say, well, we're not here to say that. We're just here to tell you how he got to where he is today. And that's pretty much all of the defense's witnesses.
All right, guys, Rebecca, we gotta let you go. We're getting audio from the courtroom.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
What are we waiting on? Yeah, they're important.
You know, everyone can receive it, that we can. Mr. State, cross-examination. Thank you, Your Honor. And I appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Your work with you. Appreciate that. I'm going to go through just a couple things with you here, and we'll let you get out.
Sure.
And it sounds like to me that even in the limited time that you knew to fit Mr. Warner, it seems like you put a lot of work into it.
Yeah, I did.
And I take it from your explanations of things, this was not unusual for you, but this type of work in the city.
Don't ever get my job. Yeah. Well, you have to. You know, you learn to love them, and you want to do the best for them.
Okay, go ahead.
Is your microphone on now?
It is now.
Do you sing?
I didn't know you singing like
The fuck? What is this lady doing, man? This is a murder trial.
And it's
The
fair to
fuck?
say though that
This
whatever you're
lady's
talking
weird.
about today. Back on top.
Ain't gonna touch it.
And it's fair to say though that whatever
She
you're
just asked the
talking
judge
about
to
today
sing, dude.
about Mr. Horner is from 25 plus years ago, is that
A
right?
long time ago, this,
I'm starting to think she's actually
And so I'm gonna
retarded.
go through a couple of things here, but what you do remember, and you look at your record there,
Retard teaching
is that,
retards.
he had the capacity to change his behavior. You agree
agree with that?
Yes,
And you.
not as easily as, not as easily as children that aren't under the autism spectrum. But yes, his behavior can be changed, and it was.
And you noted that in your report, and I think we saw the little hash marks and things on there where you're giving him a score that says he's doing better as you're working with him. Is that right?
That's right.
And it seems like for all your records, he continued to do better throughout your training with him.
He did.
And this is through, you said the 7th grade, is that what you said?
Yes.
And at some point, it's up to him as to whether or not he continues with his positive behavior or not.
That's true.
Now, we talked a little bit about the family situation. And it looks to me from your records, and I think one of your records says specifically, that the grandparents were always a stable factor in his life. Did I read that right?
That sounds like something I would write,
Okay.
because I felt that way.
All right. I'll leave it at that. And because of that, I think you said that his grandparents, one or both, would at least attend your sessions or meetings or what have you. Is that right?
Except when we had our outings to restaurants, etc. But yes, they were there in the home.
And you'll agree with me, being there in that home, if you had seen anything that you felt was a problem in that home with the grandparents, with Mr. Horner in the 7th grade, you would have reported it, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would have.
Because that's because you're a mandatory reporter in Texas.
That's correct.
So you felt comfortable being in the home and working with Tanner in and out of the home.
Yes, I did.
And so as part of that, you said you taught him a lot of things about social cues, cognition, thinking, things of that nature, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, as part of your program, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but it seems like you're teaching them a lot about how they're supposed to act out in society. Is that right?
That is correct.
And this is not unusual for all sorts of kids with all sorts of other disabilities, not just autism.
That's correct.
And so in that vein, the things that you're teaching them is things on a basic level, like right and wrong.
Yes, sir.
Right? So not stealing. Is that right?
As far as behaviors go.
Behaviors, of course. All the way down to what voice level you're supposed to use in a restaurant.
Yes.
And those are those things that you are ingraining in them and giving them examples and showing them the right way to act.
Yes, sir.
And in this particular case, even though you had a limited experience with Mr. Horner, you've indicated that he understood and had the capacity to make those right decisions. Correct?
Yes. If I understand what you're asking.
I guess you said a little bit that that if given your skills and given your training, that he had the ability to stop what he was doing if he didn't feel like it was right. That's what you said a minute ago.
Uh-huh.
And so you're teaching him what is right and what is not right.
When it comes to him, yes.
To him, of course. And at some point during that, you indicated that he was able to improve, and I think you said he was getting there.
He was. He sure was.
That's right. And that he can do, correct?
He has been informed. Whether or not he applies it, that's up to him. But yes, he had learned.
Now, over a lot of things, I'm trying to catch it. So we talked about kind of this relationship. Seemed to be a little bit of a tense relationship with the mom being there and the grandparents participating. Did you agree with that?
I would.
But even though that was going on, we still had the grandparents being active in his life.
Absolutely.
And this is not the first time you've had grandparents to raise a child, is it?
No.
And even if mom was being disruptive or causing problems, that was on his base was his grandparents.
That's right.
And I think you talked about his grandma, you described her as a lovely woman, is that right?
She's very lovely.
And I think you described grandfather as a little more rough, I think that was your word.
Rough, cranky. Yeah,
Frank,
that was Bill.
kind of a get off my lawn kind of guy.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
And given his military experience and where he had been in the world, is he blaming for being a little rough?
Not at all.
You remember he'd been a soldier or something, is that right?
Yeah, I believe in the Vietnam War.
So when we're going through this and we're talking about Tanner, you at least attempted for the time you were with him to teach him those skills that we saw up on the board.
Yes, sir.
Now let me answer you. You also said that you taught him manners, right? And you appreciated his good manners. I think that was right, wasn't it?
I don't know if I said I taught him manners or not, but I taught him how to behave. Was trying to get into his head how we behave in public.
Right. And I think you said that he was a yes or no sir, yes ma'am, no ma'am.
Absolutely, but he came to me like that.
So he had some pre-training on how to act.
Yes.
But you also said he had the ability, when he had done something wrong, to say he was sorry.
That's right.
Now, in this particular case, you said something earlier, and I want to ask you about it. You said that Tanner should have never been in that truck. Is that what you said?
That's exactly what I said.
And I guess I need to know
Alone.
alone. So I guess what you're saying is that he shouldn't have been trusted to be in that truck alone.
Right. And that's not to say that he couldn't do that job and do it well. That's to say, when circumstances don't follow the norm for him, cognitively, he can't, what he's telling himself is, just fix it. Let's just fix this. And sometimes his fix is worse than the problem.
I don't think she understands what he did.
And what's your understanding of what he initially did to Athena's trans?
Yeah.
Precipitated this?
She doesn't
What's your
know.
understanding of that?
Well, from the news,
She just thinks he killed her.
back when we lost
Dude,
Athena,
because that was his story.
it's my understanding
that he
that
hit her.
he was backing the truck up.
Oh, she doesn't
and
even
bumped her
know.
car. I don't know. Hit her with the truck some way.
And
Wow.
that's why you're saying. that
That's
he
why.
shouldn't have been in the truck.
That's
Your
right.
understanding is that he hit her with the truck.
Think about it.
Bro.
If another adult had been in that
Holy
vehicle with him,
Shit, she has no
the
idea.
outcome would have more than likely been very different, and we would still have little Athena.
She has no
You
idea.
understand, if the fact is that he did not hit her with that truck, that creates a whole different situation.
He didn't.
The evidence is that she did not hit her with that truck, and that did not happen, as you understand it. That changes your opinion on things, doesn't it?
Well, it doesn't change my opinion. Because my opinion will always be he should have had another adult in the car.
This is
in the
wild
vehicle.
now.
What it does, it makes me wonder what the whole thing was about.
Bro. She's
Why?
about. Tell her. Tell her.
And you're not telling us today that his autism had anything to do with the criminal offense in this case.
She is though,
With
because she
the
doesn't
outcome?
know.
You're going to have to ask that a
Yeah,
different way.
I mean, are you saying that his autism caused him to kidnap and murder this child?
No. I'm saying it did not.
That's what
Great.
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Oh, no.
Beth, I only have that many questions, okay?
When she finds out what he
Do
did,
you think that Tanner would have been able to make the changes that you noted without intervention?
No, I don't.
Do you think he would have been able to maintain those changes that you saw over the 1 year that you dealt with him without continued intervention from someone like you?
It would certainly be a disruption in his ability to carry on with it, yes.
When the state asked you about teaching Tanner the ability to know right from wrong, were you talking about his ability to make the right decision in problem solving?
Yes,
And does that go back to his inability to foresee his consequences or the consequences? of
exactly.
actions? That was 4 questions, so I still have 1, but I'm going to give that time back to the judge. I have no further questions.
Mr. State,
Absolutely.
may this witness be excused.
No objections, Your Honor.
You're done.
I'm done. Well, I can't
What's that?
say I enjoyed it, but y'all have a good day.
What's your step?
All right.
doesn't know what
Let
the
me see,
fuck
Cassie.
he did, dude. That's crazy. What? Like, what do you mean? You're coming to this guy's trial to see what should happen to him for what he did, for what he's already been prosecuted of. You don't even, it's like she doesn't know the whole story, and she's there up there. She was legit trying to act like his autism caused it when she saw that it was him hitting the kid and then acting hastily. She was actually, that's the road she was going down.
Good morning.
That was
Ladies and
all
gentlemen, this
confusing
witness has
because she
been
didn't know.
previously sworn to testify truthfully.
Like,
And if you get to
a lot of her
Dr. Wood,
testimony
you
makes
need to
sense now that
approach
didn't
the
make
board.
sense
Please
a
feel
minute
free to
ago
walk
because
away.
Very good, thank you, sir.
she was
Mr.
taken
Rivera.
up for that. She was taken up for if he did that, which he didn't do that.
Introduce yourself, Mr. Director. Good morning, I'm Dr. Jeffrey David Lewine. I'm
Wow.
a neuroscientist by training, so I'm an expert
You can
on-
see how her testimony was completely biased in trying to get him out of that situation.
Yeah, tell me a little bit more about what neuroscience
Yeah, so I do have some
If
slides
she knew the
here.
truth, though, that whole testimony would have been
Just
different.
ignore these for the moment.
might not even showed up,
Listen to
dude.
me, they're mostly
She
for
might not even
me.
showed up.
So neuroscience is the study of the brain, the spinal cord, and the nerves in health and disease. And it
Crazy.
includes
How did the
everything
fence not
from
go over it with
basic
her to see if she-
biology of
Wow.
individual brain cells.
That's
So
their
how
witness.
brain cells are interconnected to form networks that support things like memory, attention, the emotional regulation of behavior, to clinical aspects of neuroscience. So how when the brain is damaged, that manifests as disease or injury. And then finally, the techniques that we use to look at the brain. So things like magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, PET imaging, something known as positron emission tomography, and also electroencephalography, EEG. These are all methods that we can use to give us insights into the structure and function of the brain. Yeah, so I actually have bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees in neuroscience from the University of Rochester in upstate New York. I was then a postdoctoral fellow in neuroscience and biophysics at Los Alamos National Laboratory. They got lots of people working on bombs and things, but they actually have a very large biology group, and neuroscience is part of that.
and are there particular areas of neuroscience?
Yeah, so I am generally recognized for my work in different types of imaging technologies. So again, MRI, PET, EEG. I do work on a number of conditions, most notably autism spectrum disorders, traumatic brain injury, epilepsy, and post-traumatic stress disorder.
And where do you currently work?
So I wear lots of different hats depending on what day you find me. So I am the Chief Executive and Chief Scientific Officer of the Center for Advanced Diagnostics, Evaluation, and Therapeutics, located in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Cadet is involved in the development and evaluation of new diagnostic tools and new therapies for autism, PTSD, and traumatic brain injury. I'm also the CEO of Neuroscience Expert Consulting Services of America. That is the small business that is involved in legal work, in this case here. I am an affiliate professor of translational neuroscience at the Mind Research Network, also in Albuquerque. MRN was established by a $60 million grant from the United States Congress to look at brain structure and function in health and disease, especially psychiatric disorders. I have faculty appointments in neurology and psychology at the University of New Mexico. And I'm also the director of research for a small pharmaceutical company, Beyond Barrier Therapeutics, where we're developing and testing new therapies for traumatic brain injury and something that is organophosphate poisoning.
Are you a medical doctor?
So I am not a medical doctor, I'm a PhD.
So you're not here to specify the diagnosis of Mr. Horner.
That's correct. So I don't do diagnosis. I'm involved in the science of treatment, but I don't do direct treatment. I don't prescribe medication. I don't do diagnoses for individuals.
Okay,
Then why are you here?
I'm here to use your expertise as a brain scientist, for lack of a better word, talk about standard terms.
Yeah, I was explicitly asked to use the technologies that are available in neuroscience to get an understanding as best as possible of Tanner's brain structure, brain function, and to, based on putting that within the historical context and the information that we have on him, to try and understand what might have caused these abnormalities of brain structure and function.
Oh.
Is there any way independent evidence to qualify the integrated types of information that you talked about yesterday?
Yeah, so I do this type of integration of methods on a daily basis. I have had faculty appointments at numerous universities throughout the country. I've had appointments in the Department of Radiology, appointments in neurology, psychiatry, psychology, even electrical engineering and computer science. So I've got a very broad background in neuroscience and integrating various different types of information.
And you presented your research about
Yeah, so I have done invited presentations at more than 100 different national and international scientific meetings.
Wow.
What about publications?
Yeah, so I've got over 75 peer-reviewed publications. I'm the co-author of a textbook on functional brain imaging.
And how much is it?
So my work is predominantly funded through research grants. So I've had funding from the Department of Defense, National Science Foundation, National Institutes of Health. I currently have a $2 million contract with Special Operations Command of the Department of Defense for developing and evaluating a new therapy for traumatic brain injury. And just earlier this week, I submitted an application to the Advanced Research and Project Agency for Health for $40 million to examine post-traumatic stress disorder.
And you mostly legal work?
So legal work is about 40 to 50% of my effort. Mostly I'm involved in doing these grant types of things, again, evaluating new therapies, new therapy. I do some legal work. It's split between civil work and criminal work like this. About 60% is civil work, 40% of that is criminal.
So, you ever testified as a neuroscience expert?
Yes, I testified in neuroscience opinions.
Okay, again, this is stuff that's not included in the evidence.
All of that.
Will you have any objection?
Well, I mean, it was shown to me, I wasn't really understanding exactly where there's none of this is evidence. I guess it depends on what they're offering it for.
Well, it appears to be a PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
So, do you have, you've seen it?
I have seen it.
Do you have any objection?
Well, my objections would be to anything in it that's obviously hearsay, and if it goes to his opinions that are expert in nature outside of his expertise, I would also object to it on that basis. But I don't.
All right, y'all retired you for your. Everyone maybe see, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I mean, he's flicking the deals and I'm like, wait, what's going on? So.
Well, with the other experts, I introduced the CV first, but that's not here. It's going to be contained on the CV so far.
Well, but I mean, he's testifying, and like this, I've been recently awarded $1.5 million from the Special Operations. He's not testifying. I mean, we got stuff up here on the jury that the jury's reading that he's not testifying to, and I want to clear that up. So, with this PowerPoint presentation, is there anything in here that the state is going to object to? I mean, I'm going to let him testify to it, but I don't want it being shown to the jury as an exhibit.
Okay. That's the last screen with anything about his career.
Okay.
The rest of it is the materials that we provided yesterday and today.
Okay.
His finding is based on the radiology report, the Dr. Photo, and the PET scan, and the EEG scan, and then the quantitative analysis of blinded stuff.
Stuff, I mean, we didn't go over all this stuff in the 7.5, but there's stuff in here about he's making assessments as a defendant as to what his toxic exposure is, what it's from, his neurodevelopmental disorders, which he can't diagnose. That comes from somebody else.
Yeah. Well, but I'm assuming he relied upon the other reports that have been testified to. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct, but he's not able to make any form of diagnosis and make any conclusions that Mr. Horner is suffering from any of these. He doesn't have that ability.
Well, that's already been testified to, so he can rely upon it.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if it's going to be, are they offering it just to be demonstrative, to just show certain things, or are we trying to admit it actually into evidence?
This is just demonstrative evidence. We have his 3 reports, and we have his CV, it's already been entered in the record, and we're going to move to enter it all first.
Okay.
And
Do you have any objection to that?
we're-
I don't think so.
Okay.
I had no intention of putting in every, well, images that we use. I think the report itself probably
As long as we're going to introduce it so the jury can have it, if they deliberate, I'm good
I'll do
with
the
it.
next thing.
Okay. All right. All right.
Is that okay?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right, sorry.
Demonstrative, I mean, I'm gonna say demonstrative only on this as far as the power.
If this is demonstrative only, I don't intend for this to go back to the jury. That's why I supplied it to.
But we will mark it, we'll introduce it for
Well, it's a
purposes
judge
of
so
the
loud.
record. Okay, I'm good with that.
I just want to make sure I understand. So, information about toxic exposures that's in reports that I prepared, am I allowed to?
I would next ask you to identify your 3 reports that you submitted.
And that came from Dr. Speck. Right?
Yes.
Okay. You can rely upon Speck because he has testified in front of the jury.
So Dr. Davies has not testified yet. He did a formal report. Am I allowed to talk about his observations?
You are allowed to testify that you received a report from Dr. Davis, but don't go into the report.
Okay.
Okay?
Does that include anything that he's gonna testify as potential conditions and results with regard to the defendant you took into consideration to make it?
You may testify that you received a report from Dr. Davies that you relied upon, but do not go into anything involving the contents of Dr. Davies'
He said that.
No, but from his perspective, he had he would be able to say whether his results are consistent with FASD, ASD, those things, but not talk about Davies' results.
I'll let him do that.
Am I allowed to indicate that Dr. Davies' report indicated that there was likely alcohol?
No, you're going into the report, okay?
Some of that's on this.
Well, that's just for demonstrative purposes, so, it'll all tie up, so let's go.
That makes sense?
All right, let's go.
I'm just gonna start.
That's fine.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. We're good. All right, everyone may be seated. We're ready to proceed. Mr. Coates.
Yes, sir.
Any objection? No objection. State's Exhibit 50 is admitted for all purposes.
It's the rate integrity check.
I'm sorry. 71, any objection?
Okay.
All right, Defense Exhibit 71 is admitted.
Yes, so in this case, it's just reducing the
Defense Exhibit 72.
It's
Any objection? Defense Exhibit 73 is admitted.
Yes, so I reviewed extensive records and also a number of expert reports.
Would have asked you if you had testified in court before, and testified in criminal cases in Texas?
Yes, on numerous occasions.
I believe we have a PowerPoint presentation that we're going to be using.
Yes, I'm going to go down here and go to a little bit, Professor, over here for a little bit. The pointer doesn't work very well, so down here, correct? Can you all hear me okay? Perfect, thank you.
Alright, so can you start by giving us a little tutorial on neuroscience with the relationship with distinct brain structures, with functioning and behavior?
Yeah, and so in order to understand what we're seeing in different imaging techniques, I need to give you kind of a little quick tutorial on the brain, how the brain works. And so the brain really is the basis of all complex behavior. It controls how we interact with the world. It controls how we interact with each other. And when we think about the brain, so the brain is composed of different types of cells. The most important one are the neurons. The neurons are the computational units of the brain. And they basically have three parts. They have the cell line, which is the command center. They have the dendrites, which is how signals get into the neuron. Then they have the axon, which is how signals get out to the neuron, go over to the next cell. And so the cells are basically interconnected with a little space here known as the synapse. And your brain has about 80 billion brain cells, 80 billion neurons, and about 100 trillion synapses. So it's an extraordinarily complex thing. And again, it's the computational units, the cell lines, and they reside in what's known as the gray matter. Then they have the axons, which interconnect to different cells. That's what's known as the white matter. And so you can hear about me talk about gray matter and white matter as we go on. And sir, I apologize, that is my glucose sensor alarm going off, and I thought I turned it off, but I didn't. It's going to beep back over.
No, you're fine.
Just let it beep?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or can you turn it off?
I can't turn it off.
Why don't you go turn it off?
Okay, my apologies. I tried that.
It's been one of those mornings.
I agree.
Thank you, sir. My apologies.
Yes, sir. Mr. Copel, you may continue.
Dr. White, if you pick up where you left off, please.
So again, so there's the computational units, there's the interconnections between them. And so if you damage the gray matter, the computational units, or you damage the white matter interconnections, that's going to disrupt function. And so, for example, the brain actually has some degree of specialization. There are certain parts of the brain that are mostly responsible for visual information processing. Other parts of the brain that are involved in auditory processing. And then there are networks in the brain. So the part of your brain that understands language is in the left temporal lobe. The part of your brain that actually lets you talk and communicate is in the left frontal lobe. So those are where the computational units are, and then there's axons, white matter pathways, that interconnect those parts of the brain just like the telephone wires. So if you damage either the left temporal lobe, the left frontal lobe, or the interconnections, you get a disruption in language function.
When you're talking about language networks, are there other networks in the brain?
So there are many, many other networks. There are networks for controlling memory. There are networks for doing things like recognizing faces. There are networks for controlling emotion and regulating behavior. And there are also networks in the brain that support what we call social cognition. So this is just a caricature with the areas in yellow showing those parts of the brain that are involved in social cognition. Social cognition is your ability to interact with other people, to recognize their face, to recognize their emotions, to communicate effectively with them, to have empathy for someone. Something known as theory of mind, which is your ability to understand what someone else is thinking. All of those things are controlled by the brain, controlled by specific parts of the brain, interact with each other.
And is everyone's brain the same?
So, everybody's brain, there's a general organization, but the fine details are different. So my brain has basically the same general area in the back of the head that's involved in visual information processing as your area. But my brain is wired a little bit differently than yours.
Okay, so does that mean that people perceive and interact with the world in different ways because the ways that their brains are different?
Yeah, so there are a couple of things that are important. So one thing to keep in mind is that the brain develops. So the brain you were born with is not the brain that you end up. And there are many, many factors that influence your brain development. Your genetics is important. The environment you grow up in. So if you grow up in a nice, kind, loving environment, your brain actually wires differently from somebody who grows up in what we call a toxic stress environment, where there's not enough food, where there's violence, toxic exposures, alcohol, drug abuse, all of those things impact your brain, psychiatric disease, and things like head trauma. And so as a result, everybody's brain is somewhat different, and this changes how you perceive the world. So I don't know if any of you recognize this, and I don't know how well it's going to show here. This is the infamous yellow and white dress that was on the internet. I look at that dress, it is yellow and white. Both of my daughters, when they look at that dress, it's blue and black. I don't know if anybody here is seeing blue and black, but about a third of people see this as blue and black. And my daughter's like, Dad, you're crazy. That is white. That is blue and black. I'm like, no, it's not. It's white and gold.
I think those people are trolling
It has to
us.
do with the way that my brain wired itself to perceive
Actually,
color.
it's gold and white, dude.
Much to my chagrin, the
No one in
actual
chat
colors
is saying
of the
that it's
dress
blue,
are blue
dude.
and black. I'm misperceiving it. But
Oh, that
the
person
point
says they
is
see
that
blue and
how
black.
you perceive the world, how you interact
I don't
with the
believe
world
it.
is a function of how your brain is developed. And if neurotypical people can have such widely
That
different
doesn't make any
perceptions,
sense, dude.
imagine what happens when you put brain injury and dysfunction on top of that. So how you perceive the world, how you interact with the world, is a function of how your brain is wired and functions.
So what factors influence how the brain develops and how it's wired?
So again, there are all of these different factors that influence things. And so anytime we start to look at brain damage, we start to think about brain dysfunction, and we want to try and understand what the potential causes are, we need to look at all of these different factors.
Now let's,
I swear the blue and black people are trolling. It's just like the flat earthers,
talk
dude.
about some of the things.
People in chat I'm seeing here say it. Like one dude just said, it's black and blue, not white and gold. People saying that want to seem special. You got it. Yeah, that way. Come on, bro. They're trolling. Alright, just get it over here. Everything else. Simon, his medication real fast. attacking me. No, you're attacking me. I gotta put you up. I gotta put you so you're up first. Hey. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Good boy, Soy. Soy, good boy. Twee. Twee, 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 twee. Good boy, good boy. Oh, good boy. Damn, y'all tear my chair out, dude. What the fuck? Crazy. You know, one day I'd like to have a chair that you guys don't tear up. How about that? Can we do that one day? That would be sweet. Is this one? Y'all are treating like it's your fucking chew toy. Wow. putting you right back in the cage. I'm done with this. So you know, buddy. Just need to do this, so. Not even close to being near enough. Yeah. I gave you more. Or do you need to play first? Is that it? Come on, you need to play for a little while maybe, and then I'll let you get up and eat. Whole lot of shit, baby.
That you reviewed in his history and records and habits that tend to disrupt the brain technique functions
So one of the things that I do is I go back and look at medical records, school records, jail records, trying to identify all the things that you know of that potentially cause disruption in brain function. And there are a lot of those, and I try to identify the ones that may be relevant in a particular case, in this case we have. And so, based on these reports, right, there are certain things that are in the literature. So he potentially had some toxic exposure. There are some records which suggest that there may have been some fetal alcohol exposure. There are records which indicate that there was probable lead exposure. There are records that indicate that he had this toxic stress, that he grew up in an environment that wasn't the ideal environment for raising a child. So you've heard a little bit about that, you're going to be hearing more about that. He has what we believe are some neurodevelopmental disorders. So you've heard a lot about autism spectrum disorders. And so autism spectrum disorders really are a spectrum. So I do a lot of work with kids with autism. Some of these kids are completely nonverbal, don't make any eye contact.
I'm objecting. This is an extending narrative without any form of question, and it's not responsive as well to particular
All
questions.
right, so let's keep your question and answer as much as you can.
Yes, sir. So as part of your work in identifying neurodevelopmental disorders from a neuroscience perspective, have you worked with patients who had autism spectrum disorder or radiation?
Yes, so I extensively work with individuals with both autism spectrum disorders and ADHD. And in the records, there's indication that those are present for Mr. Moore. There's
Hang on.
Is head trauma another area that you would look at for Mr. Moore based on his records?
So there's indications that there may have been some head traumas, not well documented in medical records. But again, I consider head trauma as a possibility for something that was what.
And as a neuroscientist, how do you go about evaluating
So there are a number of techniques that we use. One of the primary ones is something known as magnetic resonance imaging, MRI. So MRI is a technique for looking predominantly for the structure. There's a big donut-shaped magnet. You slide somebody into the magnet, and then you actually pulse at the little radio frequency signals. The system listens for the radio frequency signals that come back. And those signals that come back are influenced by the tissues. So these are not Tanner's images, just represented in the images. But so depending on how you pulse the sequences, you can get different types of images. These are what are known as T1 images. They're very good for showing anatomy. There's something known as DTI, diffusion tensor imaging, which tells us about the white matter interconnections. And one thing that I want to make sure everybody understands, so this isn't like taking a photograph. This is measuring magnetic signals that are coming back from the brain and reconstructing these images. So it's a mathematical, computational thing. It's not like snapping the picture. There are standard ways on how these signals get reconstructed and represented in terms of what the image is.
And this is a standard way, so this is a technology that drives these
Yeah, so almost every hospital in the United States has an MRI scanner. They all produce basically the same types of images. Not all scanners have the capabilities for diffusion tensor imaging, but they can all certainly do these types of T-cells.
And this technology has been admitted towards across the U.S.
Yes.
Did you do an MRI on Tanner?
Yes, so the MRI was actually done at the MRI center. I personally, about a year ago, set up the protocol on the scanner to collect these data. This is just an example of one of the images that comes from Tanner's brain. This is known as a sagittal slice, so it's in this direction here. We're a little bit off to the midline. The MRI data that were collected, there were two types of particular relevance in this case. The T1 images, which were used for something known as volumetrics, which I'll explain, DTI, diffusion tensor imaging. These images were provided to a neuroradiologist, and the visual inspection of these images by the neuroradiologist is that they're within normal limits. So the neuroradiologist, just looking at the images, says there are no gross abnormalities here. There's no tumors. There's not holes.
Okay, let's back up. So you set protocols, kind of telling what you need the MRIs to do, correct?
Correct.
And then a medical doctor, I believe it's the name of Dr. Ron, signs an order for the MRI techs to do it. And then it is actually the MRI techs that run the machine. You're not running the machine off.
Correct.
And then they give you the data, right?
Correct.
And you're saying that there's a normal radiologist that reads it and says there's no gross abnormality.
The radiologist is the lead. Let me hear the question.
I'm sorry, I thought you already said that the radiologist said there's no gross abnormality. What did the radiologist find?
The radiologist did not indicate any gross structural abnormalities in Tanner's brain.
And we're using the term gross like in terms of like large scale. What do we mean there?
What you can see on visual inspection.
And that's where you said visually you can look at it. You saw no tumors, no holes in the brain.
That is correct.
Okay. So let's go. You talked about a couple other ways that you, as a neuroscientist, analyze it. You mentioned volumetrics. Tell me what volumetrics is.
So one of the challenges with MRI is in children with autism spectrum disorders, even very severe autism, MRI shows things in less than 10%. In mild traumatic brain injury, MRI visually shows less than 10%. What scientists and clinicians have jointly developed over the last 2 decades are what are known as quantitative methods. One of those is a quantitative method known as volumetrics, where we actually measure the size of different brain areas. This is done by a computer. And then the values for the client are compared with average values from a normative database. So just like when you have a psych testing or you have your blood work done and they come back and say, hey, your white cell count is done, that's comparing your white cell count with the expected average for people who don't have any conditions. So
Hold up one second and explain. You talked about using a normative database. Now, first of all, you said volume, and for a layperson, you're really talking about the size of each part of the brain.
that is correct.
And then you said a normative database. Explain how you create that, what that is.
So again, so the normative database is created by MRI images from people without any history of head trauma, neurological disorder, psychiatric disorder, learning disabilities. And so for the work that I do, we're able to compare Tanner's data with a normative database that has about 10,000 people. Now from that, we extract only the male subjects who are within 5 years of age, but it's a very large database. So we can look at the results and say, hey, this is within normal limits, or this value is too big, or this value is too low. Statistical evaluation. And all of this is done by a computer. So the computer does the identification of the different brain regions. So that's what these colors are. This is just showing the computer calculating these different brain regions. The computer system doesn't know if it's my brain, your brain, Tanner's brain. The only information the computer has, in this case, is at the time we did the scan, I think Tanner was 33 years old, male subject. That's the only information that it has. So it's a very objective, mathematical, statistical way to determine whether or not you're at.
And it's a comparison between his brain, his values, and neurotypical people within 5 years of age. Is that above or below?
Yes.
And that are male.
Correct.
Okay.
And so again, so it's a statistical comparison. So for this is just showing a subset here. So the open circles are the values for the database, the neurotypical stuff. So if Tanner's value is here in green, right smack in the middle, that's within normal limits. If his value is very large compared to the database, that's outside of limits. If it's very small, and we describe how abnormal things are using a statistical measure, something known as a z-score, which basically tells you how it is.
And what did Tanner's MRI show?
So Tanner's volumetric show that things are mostly within normal. There's one particular area in the brain, the left orbital frontal area, that is abnormally low. His value is about 20% lower than what you see in neurotypical subjects. That translates into about 50 million fewer neurons. And again, this here, this underlying brain, this is a parameter based on the calculations. I'm the one who put these colors on and shows the colors. So the way you get those colors is the science, and that is standardized. That's how we do it for everything.
Now, so you're saying that it indicated that you likely had a volume loss, and maybe just to show which part of the brain was in, and what does that part of the brain look like?
And so the left orbital frontal cortex is one of these key brain regions involved in the emotional regulation of behavior and social cognition. It is often disrupted in autism spectrum disorders. Again, that's based on the scientific literature. It can be disrupted in traumatic brain injury. It can also be disrupted in depression.
Okay, and once again, is volumetric something that just you do, or is that widely accepted in clinical and forensic and scientific?
Yeah, so volumetrics is an extremely well-accepted technique. It is supported by over 5,000 publications It is routinely used in hospitals throughout the United States. In the clinical world, it is used mostly in the evaluation of epilepsy and Alzheimer's disease, but it's seeing increasing usage in traumatic brain injury. And certainly in the forensic world, we see it being used very commonly with respect to psychiatric conditions, things like depression, schizophrenia, and autism spectrum.
Let me move on to the, I think you said you use another technique called diffusion tensor imaging. What is that?
So diffusion tensor imaging, it's still an MRI technique. It's just a different way of pulsing those radio frequency fields to emphasize different characteristics. In particular, the characteristics it emphasizes look at how water is diffusing in the extracellular space. And so remember we talked about axons? So axons travel in bundles. Because they travel in bundles, water within the brain moves along the axons as opposed to across them. And so we can use something a measure known as fractional anisotropy, FA, to tell us about the integrity of the axons. So just like we did with the volumetrics, the computer is going to calculate the FA values, in this case for 33 different fiber tracts, and compare the values for Tanner versus a neurotypical database.
Okay, and what is the DTI for Tanner?
So the DTI for Tanner shows that most of his fiber tracts look to be intact.
Hold on 1 second here, and not tell me about the images. These are the computer images that you had to help us understand.
So these are the images, so the underlying brain here is just a generic. The color codes here are showing the tractography. So this is the computer's reconstruction of the fiber tracts in Tanner's brain. The color assignment, again, is very, very standard, not something I do, comes out of the computer algorithm. The different colors are telling you about the direction that the fibers are moving in, whether they're going front to back, up, down, or across. And then again, the computer extracts these FA values, compares it to the normative database, tells us whether they're normal, whether they're high, whether they're low. These blue boxes indicate that those fiber tracts had FA values that were abnormally low, the lowest 5th percentile.
Okay, explain, let's start with what track we're talking about and what they control.
What's up, Simon?
Those values.
So in particular, Mr. Horner has low FA values for what are known as the right and left fornix. This is a fiber tract that's very important in short-term memory. And the low FA values indicate that there's a disruption in the structure of the fornix.
And did you tell us what the fornix? What did you say?
So the fornix is predominantly involved in short-term memory.
Now, the DTI, is that a technique that only you were using, or is that also common in clinical and research and scientific settings?
This is also a common technique. Diffusion tensor imaging is used, is supported by several thousand publications. Tractography is routinely used by hospitals in planning surgery for people with brain tumors and epilepsy. These types of quantitative analyses aren't too often used in the hospital because they don't change your medical care, but they're routinely used in forensic and research settings to understand whether or not there is evidence of white matter disruption in conditions like autism, like traumatic brain injury, like substance use.
Now, I think you've explained that the volumetrics and the DTI are looking at brain structure. Did you also look at brain functioning, and how would you do that?
Yeah, so looking at structure is one thing, but it's only part of the story. So if you take a group of people with autism spectrum disorder, often, certainly clinically, the MRIs look normal. even the volumetrics are normal in many of those. You need to actually look at the function of the brain to understand more of what's going on. One of those technologies is something known as electroencephalography. So your brain cells work using electrical currents. So when your brain cells are active, they generate electrical potentials up on the scalp surface, and we can measure those using a special CAT. I actually came to Fort Worth. I personally did the EEG exam on Tanner. What comes out from the EEG is a bunch of squiggly lines. These lines are showing how the electrical potential is changing in time at each location. We record from 19 different places over there.
And are you doing interpretation on that, or is this a computer?
So this is a computer analysis again. So one of the things that can be done with this, so if you have a very complicated squiggly line, you can describe the complicated line by a combination of simpler signals. We basically look at how fast the squiggles are and how big the squiggles are. So the computer can take the actual data and calculate how much what we call power there is in each frequency. Power relates to how big the signals are. And so we get values for Tanner for power at different frequencies at each electrode. Just like we did with the MRI, we can compare that with a normative database.
Now, but back up for 1 second there. You put up there these different, you have a beta, alpha, theta. What are we talking about there?
So we generally describe, again, the signals by how fast they are. So delta refers to squiggles that are very slow, so between 1 to 4 per second. Beta refers to much faster signals in the range of 20 to 40 per second. And these different types of signals are associated with different types of activity. So delta activity in particular is associated with very significant brain dysfunction. We should not have a lot of delta activity in somebody who's awake. Beta signals are associated with brain hyperexcitability. We see that in anxiety disorders. We see that in autism spectrum disorders. We see that in post-traumatic stress disorder. So by looking at the different frequencies of the literature, you can understand what is or is not abnormal with yeah, so again, in the clinic, we use predominantly to look at epilepsy and sleep disorders. Quantitative metrics are used in ICUs to look at epilepsy and stroke. These types of quantitative analyses are also used clinically in guiding a therapy known as neurofeedback. That's typically done more by psychologists as opposed to medical doctors, but still clinical workings in these doctors.
And the cute up there, that's the quantitative.
Yes.
And that's kind of another way of analyzing the EEG.
Yes, so the EEG is the basic data, QEEG is the quantification.
Let's move on as I think you're going to talk about Tanner should.
Yeah, so I just need to tell you a little bit more about how we represent the data. And again, this on the computer, it's the same for everybody. The computer doesn't know these ranges. These are what are known as the power maps. So these are looking at the different frequencies. So again, delta are very slow frequencies, beta are faster frequencies. If it's this very light green color, it means it's within normal. If this is not Tanner's brain, this is just a representation here. This particular case had a stroke in the right hemisphere. And so this individual has lots of abnormally increased data colors. That's what the brain color is. Again, computers assign these colors. These are standardized. This is using FDA cleared software. There's another measure we can do, something known as coherence, which basically looks at interconnections between brain. And so we do those types of analyses. And so I'm going to show you Tanner's data in a second here. Let me just show you a typical control cell. So even a control subject, because you're making lots and lots of measurements, may have a couple of scattered abnormalities. Okay? That's common. It's known as the problem of multiple comparisons. You can get some false positive things. We have statistical methods for dealing with that. So here's just an example of a control subject. Here's what we actually find for Tanner. So Tanner has very significant increased theta activity all the way through delta and high theta activity over the left hemisphere of his brain. He's got some minor disruptions in coherence. They're actually not that bad. But his baseline brain rhythms are not neurotypical. They show significant abnormalities. One of the other analyses that we can do is to actually figure out where in the brain things are coming from. And again, this is all done by a computer using FDA-cleared software. This is looking at how abnormal the currents are and where those abnormalities are coming from. This is a generic brain, so the underlying brain is not Tanner, it's just for demonstrative. But the colors and the locations of the abnormalities come from the data. And he shows in particular abnormal theta
Want to go eat more food?
and abnormal high beta activity over the left hemisphere, temporal lobe, parietal lobe, a little bit of the front. What can we learn from that? So what these data are indicating are that the theta is indicating that there's some general brain dysfunction. Increased theta activity is often associated with traumatic brain injury, which you could also see as another psychiatric.
You're not hungry enough yet, huh?
Now, you cannot, and I can't look at the EEG in isolation and say, aha, this is autism. Okay? These are not diagnostic techniques in that sense. They are supplemental information. These are patterns that are consistent with the presence of the autism spectrum disorder that has been diagnosed by people other than myself.
So you're looking at the brain. You know, the brain controls behavior, information on other psychiatric or developmental disorders that you're not diagnosing solely based on.
That's correct.
Okay, and what about we talked about this is EEG being used in clinical research. What about PET scan? Is PET scan done in this one?
Yeah, so the last imaging technique,
First of all, what does PET stand for?
so PET stands for positron emission tomography. So when your brain cells are active, they require glucose. Glucose is the energy that brain cells use. And so PET is a way of looking at metabolism and blood flow within the brain. You actually inject radioactive glucose, and then the PET scanner images how that glucose is distributed. It does it in conjunction with a CT scan, which is kind of a very fancy X-ray to give you some structural information. So you get the CT structural information, you get the PET information. And I'm just going to show you some things, and I want to be careful to explain this if I may. So the images that get sent to me from the scanner are generally black and white and gray. They don't have any color on them. There are standard color palettes that are applied to those data to just help to emphasize some things. So that's what the blue and the purples are, to just tell how much metabolic activity there is. So blue is low metabolic activity, yellow is high metabolic. Just as we did for the MRI, just as we did for the EEG, the computer algorithms go ahead and calculate whether the values for Tanner are normal or abnormal relative to the Northern database. And then the computer goes ahead and puts these blobs on. So these blobs are not inherent in the images. These represent the computer calculations. but they are identifying areas that are abnormal. In this particular case, Tanner has what's known.
Before we get to that, 1 second. Right, I missed the legal issue. So the PET scan, so that was another one where there has to be, you get a doctor's order, you set up the protocols, an actual tech to do the PET scan to the PET.
That is correct.
Okay, and then, was there a separate reading on that?
So there was not a formal reading. The imaging center tells me if there's anything grossly abnormal on the PET. They did not tell me anything that was grossly abnormal. So the clinical read of the PET scan is within normal limits.
And that, is that, once again, talking about the same thing, we're looking for the big issues, the hospital issues?
Yeah, for looking at tumors, for looking at Alzheimer's dementia, you don't see gross things on PET in general in psychiatry.
And then you get the data, the computer does its magic here, and this, now that's what we're gonna talk about.
Yeah, and so the data actually come to me. I actually send it to a company that does these analyses, so it's like a blood test. It gets sent off to a lab, the lab sends you back the results, and then I interpret those results from a neuroscientific perspective.
Okay, so now can you go ahead and proceed with your interpretation? Sorry.
So he has a number of areas which are known as showing hypometabolism. So these are areas of abnormally low activity. And again, the computer is putting on the color codes here. These are standardized codes. This is how they're always used. I don't choose the colors. This is all part of the software. Tanner shows hypometabolism in several areas of the brain.
Oh, this cat can always tell when I'm walking out.
Orbital frontal
So smart.
cortex, right and left, including parts of the right temporal. He also shows abnormally high metabolism, overactivity. And overactivity is just as bad as underactivity. He shows that in particular in the back of the brain, in part of the brain known as the cortex. And then so one of the things that I have done is taken that information and just for ease of display, color-coded onto the on-screen map. So blue is showing areas that are hypometabolic, and red is showing areas that are overactive.
Now, you mentioned the union setup, you mentioned that before, what is that area of the brain?
So the cuneus is actually predominantly involved in visual information processing, but it's also involved in social cognition, in particular things like empathy, and again, this thing known as theory of mind, understanding what somebody else is thinking.
Now, we previously submitted the 3 reports and the 3 texts we talked about. How would you put them all together? What would they indicate?
So when you put everything together, you basically get this. So the left orbital frontal area is actually abnormal on both the MRI and the PET. You've got a number of abnormalities on the PET, the right temporal lobe, lateral orbital frontal area, and you've got this general dysfunction in the left hemisphere being mostly from the because each of these techniques is looking at different things, it's not uncommon that there's only partial overlap. But across this technique, he has evidence of either structural and or functional dysfunction in many, many areas of the brain.
Can you, and what do these parts of the brain do and what do they do?
So, remember that we talked earlier on about this social cognition network, parts of the brain that let you interact with people? He has wide overlaps between his areas of abnormalities and the social network. So dysfunction, in this case, PET abnormalities in the right temporal lobe, abnormalities in the cuneus, abnormalities in orbital frontal cortex. So he has very extensive overlap with the social cognition network. He has lots of nodes that aren't functioning properly. You actually need only one node to be damaged to get dysfunction. And so the overall profile here is an indication of objective brain evidence of dysfunction in the social cognitive networks of the brain. From a functional perspective and a neuroscientist, that is most consistent with his history of autism spectrum disorder. It's not to say that there aren't contributions from other factors like the ADHD, like the toxic exposures, but this pattern is most consistent with social disruption and ADHD.
Can you summarize your overall opinion and what you think of your response to the advice?
Yeah, so kind of as I just said, he has disruption in EEG, MRI, PET, which collectively show dysfunction and structural disruption in the networks that support emotional regulation, behavior, and social cognition. A little bit in some of the memory system. The right temporal lobe, very important for pragmatic language. This is kind of understanding the nuances of language. So he's not able, based on the imaging, he's got disruption in those networks. Again, profile most consistent with autism spectrum disorder. Other things might be contributing to this. It's my understanding that Mr. Horner does have a history of substance use, mostly marijuana, but also some cocaine and hallucinogens. This particular profile is not a good match for those things. It's not to say he hasn't done those things. It's just to say there's not evidence in this particular set of data that his exposure to those substances have caused major permanent brain damage. It's really the autism spectrum disorder that goes hand in hand with these particular findings.
Thank you, Dr. Line. You're on past this.
Okay. Let's break for lunch is on its way. Should be here in about 5 minutes. So we will start back up at 1:15. Okay? See you then.
You get a bologna sandwich.
I struggle to understand how we can have days and days more of this. We're on day 3 of this, and I mean that means we're looking at an entire 6 days like this next week and Monday.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
These
they're
are the
gonna-
most
they are going to,
unprofessional fucking
fill in,
news
you know, the
actors
brother
they're
who's in
covering this.
prison. They're gonna talk to him. I still don't know if Grandma's gonna testify or catsThis gonna testify, but they are going to bring in periodically between these witnesses, the expert witnesses, they're going to bring in some civilian witnesses and people that knew him.
Do you have any sense of who else we might hear from today besides Mr. Brain Scan?
I feel like he's probably going to be the
That dude's a
majority
doctor,
of
a
the
highly
afternoon, and
regarded
the judge
doctor,
may
dude.
Go ahead and call it a
It's
day.
fucking weird, bro.
He's been
I
letting
don't
the
give a
jury
fuck
go
if it's a
little
defense
early on Fridays,
witness.
also
Like,
because the defense
doing?
lawyers and
Who the fuck are you?
and the prosecutors, well, rather the prosecutors,
dude knows about
live in
brain
Wise County, and so,
physiology.
he's
Who the
been letting
fuck are
them
you? Like,
get home early. But that just means that this trial's
I
lasting a
fucking
little
look
bit
like a
longer.
dyke, by the
For
way.
sure. Cody?
We'll wait and see, to be determined.
Yeah.
More.
Act like a dyke.
TBD, yeah, for sure. Anything else you want to add, Rebecca?
No, I'm going to sit in a little bit during the
Rebecca
cross-examination.
looks like a
I'm going to
dude.
sit in a little bit longer so I can get a better gauge of how the jury is reacting to this particular witness. I'll have one for you in the afternoon, but based on some of the other witnesses that I've seen and some of the testimony, they don't look too impressed. In fact, I keep saying this jury just looks tired. They're like exhausted.
Well, these people have seen and heard things
She looks like a dyke.
you know, people should never see and hear. And we've talked about this. You and I've talked
And
about
she
it. These
looks
are
like a
lay
dude.
people. They're not.
Okay,
They're
now
not
everybody knows
denizens
what I'm
of,
seeing
like,
over
the
here.
system. They're
Am I
not.
lying?
You know, they don't routinely probably go attend trials and see this sort of thing. And even you, I mean, you've been doing this for a long time, and I know how affected you were by that audio and video. And so I can only
Well, which trial's on? They're just taking a break.
Well, and Tanya, I think that they risk alienating, the defense risk alienating this jury by continuing to, it's almost a little insulting in a way to keep bringing up these experts that aren't saying anything really about why he would have done something like this over and over and over and over again after they've heard from Athena's mom and they've heard that tape and they know what they know. And
Yeah, but they didn't. But
you know, you
that
scratch
lady
your head
didn't know.
as to,
That's
okay,
a-
so why are you
Dude,
putting on this?
They just had a
after
witness
after
that didn't
witness?
know
It's not
what he
saying a
had
whole
done.
lot. I don't know if that's going to alienate the jury, and it's almost insulting to them.
Do you think they've alienated the jury, Cody?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, they have a strategy. They're going to, so far, keep doing that. I just think if you have a group of witnesses, today may be a good day to do a post-mortem for the week and say, all right, do we need to cut some of these people? Who's the strongest that we have left? Based on the people that we have left, I have no idea why a brother or anyone else would come. Because they have to put on a defense, obviously. That's not my point, is that how long do you want to make this defense by saying kind of the same thing? Or maybe do a little bit more prep on, can we restructure how we're presenting this? Because you know the prosecutor is going to ask the same thing.
Right.
You know, could it have had some type of different effect? I mean, again, we're talking about a guy today, again, that has not even really reviewed, he's just looking at these brain scans. You know,
What do you mean he hasn't
hypercortex
reviewed
level is
them?
like Rebecca mentioned, he's 20% lower on his
What do
left
you mean
orbital
he's
cortex.
just looking
Well,
at them?
That's consistent with people who have autism.
He's an
That's not-
expert.
That's not a contributing factor to an act of violence. That's just a result of
Right.
having autism, which we know that, right? So
Right, and just because you have autism does not mean you're going to be a killer.
again, yes, exactly.
But saying that though,
All right,
But
These
does it
people are
mitigate
fucking- this
that's-
news
does it get you to
broadcast is
mitigating?
odd, dude.
And would you
it's
execute
super
an
fucking
autistic
like, it
person
feels like
like
it's
this?
low IQ.
What they're going to argue, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, that has to be kind of their main theme. You know, when you get to assuming a unanimous 12, check that first box for continuous threat. Then if you get to that second level of mitigation, that would be the only point that burden shifts at that point. You know, has the defense, I mean, there's no burden of proof on the second prong. They put forth enough mitigation to justify a non-death sentence, which would be LWOP, you know, life without parole. And so that is surely what they're doing, trying to get the jury there. I just don't know the effectiveness of repeating this over and over through, you know, particular family members that we've already kind of got the gist of how he was raised.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's an effective strategy. Perhaps they will
Guys
go
thinking
back
too
this
much.
weekend and you know, come out with a different strategy. Who knows? But that is definitely their angle, Rebecca, because you know, you've got to get it on that second prong.
right. All right, Rebecca, well, we're going to let you go grab a little bit of lunch and get a little break before this starts back up after lunch.
Yeah, right, thanks.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't know, Cody. It's like yesterday. We had the guy who was with the drug treatment place, and he's like, he remembers Tanner Horner's mom. Doesn't remember Tanner Horner at all, and he essentially had nothing to say. And I couldn't. He was the one that came in by Zoom, and I couldn't. I struggled with why in the world, except for killing time, because I go to a lot of trials, and you know, sometimes you'll have witnesses when you're trying to get crime
actually
scene
know
stuff,
what
and you
they're
have
talking
to
about
lay
this
the
too.
predicate
Right.
to get
Right.
there. Like I see that kind of
Yeah.
stuff, you know, where you're just like, oh God, I really wish we could skip over all this, that kind of stuff. But just to have a witness who's pointless. I can't even understand why
You
this person's
don't
on the
always
stand.
know the point of a witness till the closing argument.
Well, their strategy is that.
He's
you
covered
know,
so many trials,
They
though.
believe there are mitigation components here with these 4 or 5 items with.
That's when they
fetal
tie shit all
alcoholism
together.
With, I believe this latest witness called it some type of.
And sometimes they like to keep it a
stress-related
mystery.
issues from childhood.
to the other
There's no
side.
diagnosis for that. It's just having a
I
bad
got
childhood.
stress.
Especially,
My childhood.
you especially want to keep the debate a mystery. You want to keep as much of your side a mystery as possible. so that they don't do the pre-research. They don't look ahead to try to, so that they have shit to debunk you when you have that next witness on. Like you try to stay a step ahead of the other side. You don't fucking put all your cards on the table. They want to know everything for sure, but you try to keep as much hidden that you're illegally allowed to. So I mean, I get why they're not like just telling us why every witness is there right now.
Wasn't
Yes,
perfect.
yes, it was mine. But again, there's a lot of young people who get bullied and they turn it into a positive. They go to boot camp, they serve their country in the military, go to the Marine Corps, go become law enforcement officers, go to the gym, go play sports, go camping with their dad, and they find ways to get out of it as opposed to leaning on a crutch their entire lives. For instance, Beth, an example of enabling and coddling of a 30-year-old man. I mean, saying in that courtroom, he should have never been in a vehicle alone. This man's 30 years old.
Yeah.
But dude, they're straight up saying that he's got
this man's
brain
30 years old.
abnormalities, dude, and 24 times the amount of lead in his bones that his peers have, and like, I mean, they are saying, so it's interesting to me how they're completely just not even, they don't even care. They're just acting like that didn't even happen or something. This news broadcast is odd, bro. Like, I mean, yeah, sure, you can shoot down like it's reasoning or whatever, but like it's still there though. That's still like part of like this dude's brain is fucked up apparently. It's not like a normal brain, and there is proof of it. Same with like with the like his mom, like she definitely seems like she probably did drink for the first 8 weeks of his life, and maybe even for the entire pregnancy. She said she smoked the entire pregnancy too. Like there's definitely some extenuating circumstances to this dude's upbringing, being fucking abused and shit, and like just everything in combination. And for them to just be like, yeah, none of that matters, man. The guy was a FedEx driver. Hey, he could drive a FedEx truck, couldn't he? He could do that just fine, couldn't he? I mean, yeah, we got fucking retards all over the place that are doing shit, but that doesn't mean that they should be. She's right. He shouldn't have been in that truck by himself, man. And I was saying that when people started testifying. I was like, what is this guy doing? Why did we let him? Just because he was given the responsibility to do these things doesn't mean that like he had the brain capacity to actually be doing it. He just happened to do it for a little while without fucking it up somehow. I don't know, man. There's a lot of professionals saying his brain was fucked, and I'm not giving that as an excuse for what he did, but it could possibly give them a defense for the death penalty, dude. Especially when the defense is showing that he had the ability to change. The death penalty is more reserved for people that don't have the ability to change. They're going to come out murderers regardless. They're showing, the defense is showing that with help, with therapy, with the proper medication, he had the ability to change and become a better person. But without having that support system, it all fell apart, and he turned into a fucking psycho killer, dude, pedo killer. They're gonna say that it's because he was like society just kind of let it go, and they stopped helping him or something. And it's not completely his fault. His brain, his upbringing, I don't know, man. They might have something here to keep him from getting the death penalty, but that's not saying they won't keep prison justice from happening. So it doesn't really matter, does it? So I don't understand why they care so much, honestly, because the dude's gonna die anyway. Somebody's gonna kill him. Why though?
Enabling that conduct.
But this is helping to set a precedence.
Well, sure. I mean, but
He's
that's my point.
He's
is
a high
that
functioning autistic person. I mean, come on, give me a break.
if every young boy wants to use that, and perhaps that's where we are these days.
No, you
but
can't. Every young boy can't use that, dude. He had an extreme history with special needs classes that had like only retarded people in them, apparently, and they were doing like these field trips. He had to integrate back into being with regular kids. All kids can't just say, no, it's my autism. People are fucking stupid, dude. Actually, they're a little stupid. Like, that's such a small percentage of our children that do that type of thing, and like have his type of history. So I think he might actually get out of the jury giving him the death sentence. These people are fucking retarded.
Have, 1,000 more who have turned that around and done something positive with their life.
Yeah, but they didn't have his family
and
that didn't
use that
give
to
a
their
shit about him.
advantage.
You know what I mean? They probably had a social network that cared about them, that weren't addicted to drugs and sex. His mom was a fucking hooker, dude. Their moms probably aren't hookers. Their dads probably are in prison, as well as their brothers. And like, they're I don't know, man. I don't feel sorry for the fucking guy. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's like, sucks he had that fucking crazy childhood and shit, but you still can't do what the fuck you did. That doesn't excuse that craziness. But it's not like it didn't happen. They're acting like he's just like some regular autistic dude. They lived in the burbs and everybody loved him and shit. It wasn't his life, dude. He was fucked. Yeah, man, his whole fucking family failed him, dude. And it turned him into a monster.
Not to just sit there on a crutch.
I'm not saying that gives him the excuse,
This
though.
explains my behavior, which is what he wants to do. He has classic narcissism. He's a guy. This guy is a me guy. It's all about him.
He could have tried to get some help.
You can go back through his statement, and you see it there. But
We haven't even talked about his letters. You and I were talking offline about the letters and how he just, it was all about me and my problems, my wants, my needs. I didn't like the route they gave me, and then he made up a whole different story in the letter to the detectives.
Right. Blamed a violent person. Please take care of my family. Another person that made me do this. For the detective's eyes only. Now, granted, that was a situation where
Zero.
there's going to be another failed suicide attempt, right? He wants people to think that he doesn't have the brain capacity to go on and live. Well, he's done this before. That's an intentional act of manipulation for someone with his psychological tendencies, I would say. And so he leaves those letters there, one to within his family, one to the detectives. And again, it's all, and the other one they put in from the jail that he wrote, I forget where, but it's all about me.
Oh, yeah.
I can't believe I'm going to lose my job. These routes were difficult. How I'd love to get back with my 1-year-old son for Christmas. Again,
Yeah, all that was stupid. What
the
was he
man
thinking?
who's removed an entire family from seeing this beautiful 7-year-old friend.
Yeah, but that
Christmas
goes
go out.
into them. What they're saying was where he doesn't like have he's missing fucking like connections in his brain that are directly involved with empathy and thinking about things through before doing them and shit. So I'm sure that if he had his brain scanned, it wouldn't show that shit. And it's like, does that not matter at all? At least for the death sentence hearing, I mean, it doesn't matter for him doing it. He's guilty. If they did it, he did it. No matter what the fuck's wrong with his brain, you gotta do something. You gotta put him away for that. But for sentencing, it should matter, dude. It's not an average like, and them calling the doctor Mr. Brain Scan, Dr. Brain Scan, is completely disrespectful. The guy is well regarded. Has spoken for hundreds of different events. They think his people well regarded by other doctors apparently, and they're just like Mr. Dr. Brain Scan up here. Who cares what he's got to say? Who cares what the guy's brain looks like, man? You know what he did, man, to that little girl? It's like, bro, you're talking about killing somebody right now. You're talking about eye for an eye, and I get it, but prison justice is going to make that happen anyway. You don't have to make like the courts do it. It's going to, dude. They're going to do it before the court. Here's the thing: if they put him on that, he's going to have more protection, and therefore probably live longer in jail, opposed to if they don't give him the death sentence, he probably won't have as much protective custody. Because I bet they probably, if you're on death row, they probably give you your own cell, like, and all kinds of shit, because they're on the special death row unit. They don't put death row inmates next to each other because they might kill each other probably, so it's different if you're not death row. They'll have more access to doing it themselves in there
for the rest of their lives. Every Easter,
and it'll happen much faster.
Learning
High
how to
school
drive, graduating, every milestone. That little girl never even had her first milestone. I mean, that's the thing about this. When
They're
you're
not
really
thinking it through. It's like
looking at permanency and taking things away. Taking
him
away
not being on
people's
death row will
purpose
get
in
him
life
killed faster.
from
Probably.
that family that he did when he decided to do what he did, and has still refused to tell officers or anybody else
I gotta
why
see
he did it. As a base.
I gotta see what kitties are out here, y'all. I don't know how Fluffy knows, dude. She knows that I'm not coming out yet. She's just like laying down on top of the recycling or whatever. And she just kind of looks up at me slowly and lays her head back down and closes her eyes. But the next time I go to that door, they're going to be right at it. Like, alright, there's two out there.
Blind.
And I
And
saw
that's why the
Shiloh out
ranger
front
kept
already
coming back
and
to
Trent.
him, and even for a rapport building, and says, okay, his alter ego Zero, which we know is a lie, but saying, would you please tell me where she is? The same way why you did it, so I can at least tell this family what it was. If you could, he hasn't done it. I mean, everyone needs to realize this. So even if you believe there's some remorse with this man,
Right.
which I don't, but if you do believe that, the first thing he would have said
I don't think there
in
is.
that letter is, here's why I did this. And you will never forget, but here's why I did it. He couldn't even do that. To this day, he can't do that. So that's
but
the whole
that's to
point.
their
You
argument
don't have to watch that interview.
of his brain abnormality.
They always want to know. Again, you don't ever need to prove motive in a criminal case.
Right.
But it's for the family.
Right. I mean, I don't know why he did it, and I don't know that we ever will. He may not even.
Maybe you don't know why he did it.
There clearly is some sexual deviancy at play
These
here.
fucking people are dumb.
And it seems like he had, based on the evidence we've seen, there was some sort of ideating, like
He was
building up
horny
into
and
this,
fucking a creep is why he did it. Is it really that hard to figure out?
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna go through some questions folks are putting in the chat because people like it when we answer these. Somebody wants to know: Do you and Cody think that the fact that the speech lady still thought Tanner's lie? They want to know what we think about that.
Yeah. Well, we certainly had something to say when she said it, right?
I was like, wow. She hasn't been watching the trial, obviously, so she followed that rule.
Well, I mean, she still thought that, right, he had hit her with the vehicle, and of course the prosecutor did a very good job saying, well, if I tell you this fact does not exist anymore, that he did not hit her with the truck, and she stuck to her story and said, well, I still believe he should have had a 30-year-old man should have had someone in that vehicle. But that comment alone is from an enabling standpoint. Is that this poor little fella, he's 30 years old, he's a grown man. He can't
He's a big boy.
He's a big boy. He should have had someone, watching over him, but for that act that never happened. Well, then you remove that assumption, which again is false. Let's assume that she thought it was true, and then she still says the same thing.
Yeah.
Which, and that's why what you followed up with. You're not saying it's the reason why. No, I'm not saying that at all. And then there's no more questions. I mean, she was a defense witness who turned into a state witness.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's like, why are we calling this woman?
I walked over to the producers and I said, "Here's your soundbite for the news." Because that was how much it hit me. I was like, "Wow, okay, that's it."
Yeah.
Okay, folks. Cody and I are going to take a break.
Thank you.
Because
Go
my
away.
understanding is they're coming back at 1, so we will come back. We need a good 20-minute break. We just need just go catch our, because watching these trials it's a lot. So we're gonna come back at 10 till 1, 12:50.
It's a lot. Shut up. You just don't have shit to say because y'all already don't have shit to say. It's really taking it out of me up here just talking all this dumb shit. And I'll tell you what. Hey, you want to take a break with me? Let's go get us something out the vending machine. I like the ham and cheese sandwich. Get those when I go to the vending machine. I get the ham and cheese. We got the ham and cheese. I'll get the ham and cheese. I get the other one with a different kind of cheese. Yeah, I got the Swiss cheese on it. The other one got the cheddar cheese on it. Yeah, I like the cheddar cheese one. Yeah, sometimes you run out of the cheddar cheese. Wow, I get the Swiss cheese. I like the other one more. I like it going to the cheddar cheese with the ham when I get it. That one, I like that one better. That one's really good. Sometimes I get 2 of them and I put them together like a Big Mac. I have a double sandwich. Mom said I'm gonna get fat. I'll keep eating double sandwich now. I don't count. Double sandwich tastes good. Double sandwich tastes like tuna. Tuna smells bad. Double sandwich smell bad. Mama don't like that. Because I fart on it. Oh shit, I shouldn't do that. Mama don't know how good it is though. How good. My double sandwich is good. We're just going to keep that music going for the next 12 minutes. That's how bad this news station is. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. 41. I can't listen to that anymore. Oh, shit. So that is Frank. 38. That is Fluffy. 37. And Oh, this week's Fluffy, 41. We'll get Fluffy to 40. Warner, yeah, I already had it as Fluffy. Okay, so let's just crank up Fluffy. Let's do this. We'll go this way with this, and we're gonna need this. Yes, sir. Right now, Buttle. All right. Doing my chores, I got a lot of them. Doing my chores. I really do though, kind of, don't I? What have I done? I've made many chores to do. Wasn't busy enough. Zillion. All right. With that, what trial? Athena Strand, I think is her name. What's her name? 7-year-old a FedEx driver kidnapped her and did sexual things to her for about an hour, and then killed her in a brutal way because she like suffered. She didn't die quickly. He kept having to try again, pretty much, by stomping on her and trying to break her neck and all kinds of crazy shit, dude. And they think he's not going to get prison justice? Pfft, bruh. Okay. So it's like the newscasters that think that this dude's not going to die regardless, and probably much sooner than he would have if he had been on death row. They need to stop being stupid. Like, him not getting death row is ideal, actually, because otherwise he's going to be way too protected. I mean, it's ideal for the people that want to see him leave the planet. Alright, I'll be back. Dude, I didn't eat all soon today. I took off too early. I think I started them. But Gary just put some food down though, so I think they went to his bowls. Now we got Shiloh and Trident. At least I know Trident's out here. Shiloh might have taken off. Looks like Gary fed the gray. I always give the gray kitten more food. He says he always lets me know when he's able to feed that one because he thinks that she's skinny. Anytime that she comes to me, I always give her more food than everyone else. I think I only gave her half of a Cordelia last time, though. Oh, let's see what we got out here. No! Sawyer! Let the fuck go of me. What are you doing? Hey, baby. Get up. Get up, get up, get up. Go ahead. Get up. Come on. Are you not excited? think a fucking mosquito got me again. Come on.
Daylight savings, it's starting to be cool, brisk, it's dark outside. There's no suspicion whatsoever from her family that she's not doing anything that she doesn't ever do. She's outside. It's not in an urban community where you would be more worried because it's more densely populated. Everything about this case is bad because she, Athena, was doing what she should have been doing and what her mother told her to be doing. And when she asked him, "Are you a kidnapper?" That's what she asked him.
Look at these things. A bat. You know those power chairs that grocery stores have with carts on the front of them where you put your groceries at? One of those baskets, the cart part of it, was in my front yard. Just the basket, and it also had the strap that was on it. And one end of the strap was connected with a carabiner, and the other carabiner was also on there. Look at these carabiners; they got little screws on them, so you can make them so that they don't open. It's a lockable carabiner. Pretty dope, huh? Probably worth $1 or so. But I'm going to use them for the cat traps because I before I would have to put a zip tie so that it wouldn't open. Now I can just put a carabiner there. Kind of cool. Got 2 free carabiners, and I took it down to the dumpster, next to the dumpster, so that probably a metal scrapper will pick it up.
Evidence is, again, unless there's someone who, has gotten through, who has some sort of objection to the death penalty. But I mean, the facts of this are.
And you could have that.
Okay.
You could have that.
We saw it in Billy Shamir. Billy Shamir was a guy who, this is not a death penalty case, it could have been a death penalty case. He was off the street Guilford. He was a guy who had killed a bunch of elderly women, horrific case. He was like a nursing home employee, and he was able to use their vulnerability to go in and kill them and steal jewelry and their property. And it went on for years and years and years, and finally it gets caught.
Definitely got bit,
and
dude.
It goes to trial, and the evidence was overwhelming.
Dude, this is what the bite from a week ago looks like still.
But it was circumstantial. Circumstantial.
All red and
But it
shit.
was a rock solid circumstantial case. Like as good as I have ever seen. And you had one juror on that jury trial that had a thing against circumstantial evidence and would not convict. And it was a hung jury. And of course they went back and they retried Shamir Mir, and he was convicted. And then later on killed in prison by another inmate. But it can happen.
It can, and fortunately, death penalty cases, there's a much longer vetting process.
Right.
I mean, circumstantial. That's a question you would ask that should have been asked to Shamir Mir. It whatever. One snuck by, and they retried it. But
Yeah, and they got him on the second.
Sure, but
yeah.
one would hope. I mean, the lawyers on both sides are going to cover that, and I'm sure they covered it here.
Yeah, I can't get into the rapper trials, dude. Any of them. I couldn't even get into Young Dolph's trial, dude. I didn't care to watch it just because it's like these motherfuckers bring the beef on themselves. There's no mystery involved really in these things. It's just like, I mean, I don't know. I'm just not intrigued by him at all. There's no. It's just stupid. They're getting exactly what they want at this point. All the attention, all the notoriety. Like that's why I don't. None of them. Like the Rico trial, dumb shit that just happened, the XXXTentacion trial, none of those. Don't care.
I think they would be better.
I didn't even care about Young Dolph, even though he's a Memphis dude.
The autism, Asperger's syndrome.
Not the trial. Sorry, you did that to yourself, talking way too much shit on your album.
Make it more efficient. Here, I think you, Rebecca, was mentioning before about even during the testimony, it seems like it's so fluid. They'll go one way, then they'll go another way, then they'll add something here and there. So jurors might appreciate something a little bit more direct because right now that's all they're working with. They need one juror and that's it.
Right. Well, folks are asking what Cody's last name.
They're going to get one juror, I think, that isn't going to want the death penalty. That's my opinion, just
Federal
because
prosecutor and former Dallas County prosecutor.
people don't like
Oh, the
killing
federal
retarded people,
prosecutor.
dude.
So
Just because he was able to lock down a job doesn't mean he's not like special needs.
Attorney's office in Lubbock, and then I went
So-
to the main justice in D.C. has what's called a RICO section, racketeering and corrupt influence organization. Did all gang cases, so they have the racketeering statute and what's called the violent crimes and aid of racketeering statute, and those are all death eligible cases. Much different than in the state, because with the feds, you have to vet everybody with the AG's office, and so they have, what you'll do is, if it's litigation, the AG's office, then the prosecutor does the same thing, and then you wait for a decision from the Attorney General, back then for Eric Holder, and now it goes for different administrations, but unlike in the state system, it's a bit more cumbersome, so.
Simon, can I talk
I do have a strong opinion about I think leaving that the purview of the state in most instances is probably the wiser decision. For many reasons, you saw the Boston bomber. I mean, you can take it either way, but sometimes they think one may be better than the other, depending upon what the pool is going to be. But in my experience, I like leaving that with the state.
Smell her, huh? You can smell her out there.
Several reasons.
She's still in the front yard.
Well, folks, what Cody's saying is that there are cases that are taken federally for death penalty. In this particular case, it wasn't taken federally. Of course, here it's tried in state court. How long were you a Dallas County prosecutor?
3 years.
Oh, he was a
I was
prosecutor.
fortunate enough to work with a lot of good people, many of whom you work with, many of whom have been on the show, and collaborated with a lot of good people, good lawyers, great trial lawyers.
I didn't know that.
A lot, great judges, staff. Dallas County's just got a great group of defense lawyers. And that's the way it was when I was there. You can get some good cases, try some fun.
Fuck, I got bit by a mosquito, dude.
I've worked with people who put in the sweat equity. And that's the thing.
When did it get me?
Work hard for the taxpayer. That's what I expect now. Being on the other side, I want people to work hard, and you can't be a prosecutor work 9 to 5. You can't do these
No.
type of cases, being law
Or a
enforcement,
reporter.
or a reporter, or a first responder.
This shit's gonna have me fucked up for days now. It's gonna have me waking up in the middle of the night. Just one little fucking mosquito.
It's just, they put their trust in you to make their little voices be heard.
Little bitch.
And you assume that.
Fuck, I hate mosquitoes, dude.
I think a lot of that just gets overlooked the way things are these days. But these folks, especially, I've always said, the prosecutors who work in these child abuse cases with these little kids, it's an extra level that this is bad. Okay, what we're talking about is bad, but every single day, these prosecutors that have to work in these child cases, that's what they see every day. So it is really something that you know, they're working hard and they're trying to protect the community and just take what we're walking through and
Shiloh didn't come eat.
times 10 for a prosecutor. That is literally, you are in the child abuse section. That's what they do.
Oh, I know. I've known
The
people
stress.
like Jen and others who have done,
Say that.
you know, child abuse cases, and it is, it
No,
seeps
better
into your
not.
soul.
Yeah.
And I know, just like for me,
I mix
at
water
the
in
end of
with
Thursday, you know, when I took Friday off, I know that over the weekend, it really felt like, so it's actually taken,
Okay.
it took me about 4 days to kind of come to a point where I kind of was like, okay. Not that, you know, not that it didn't still bother me, but it was as if when we got through Thursday, it was like I told one of my friends, I said, I felt like the darkness that seeped into my soul, like it just, like even though I didn't hear and see the audio.
Oh, I wish I could kill it, dude. I wish I could
Almost like in my mind's eye.
God, the
Like
next
that
mosquito I
picture.
kill, I'm gonna imagine it being that one.
Hey, I gotcha. So it's been, that has been what I think has made this trial so good. So folks have got, I like to answer people's questions. So people want you to explain rebuttal, what's gonna happen. So right now we got the defense, and then we're gonna have a rebuttal. How's that gonna work?
So rebuttal, they have. I did not watch the 705, or I know
Well,
Rebecca.
Rebecca was in
I
court
think
for that.
Rebecca was in court for that. And there is a person in correct.
Pulsating anus clean. What's the difference between the two?
Is going to be the state's
Wait,
rebuttal witness.
enema actually makes it go up
I
here
would definitely not
inside of
know how to
you?
pronounce that one.
What do you?
That's
Does it have a
the way
probe?
that's listed there.
Or does it just,
and
like-
again what we would expect? Rebuttal just means
Dental floss like that.
the state's sitting back and they're going to rebut.
You know that
whatever defense put
what was
on.
that thing
So
called?
You can
Hydro floss,
strategically use
water
this,
pick.
whether it's a death penalty
Is it
case
water
or not,
pick or-
to, you know, hold some things back, play it close.
Do it.
This is what you would expect.
Press it, make a video out of it,
This
dude.
gentleman, Dr.
Post it to your
Rangela,
YouTube channel.
is going
Of
to
course,
say
not
he
with
doesn't
you
believe
butt
Hunter's
naked on
is
top of
autistic,
it, but
doesn't believe Hunter's marijuana and cocaine.
I want to see it in action.
Played a role.
Put
in
a
thing
plate over it
where,
or something.
that he does show.
Show us
signs
all
of
the
being
different
sexually
features with a
deviant,
plate
which I
of just.
100% agree with. The show signs. I think the man is a sexual deviant.
A pick of the settings? No, I want to
that
see them in
those
action,
four
one at a
things
time,
going to
Blue.
discuss
This
future
dude,
danger
this could actually be the shining star of your channel right now. This could be the one that just if someone takes on Reddit and it just goes. Shit, yo, you're always doing like the fancy stuff. That's as fancy as it gets, man. Nobody in the hood has that shit.
Because
Not with the machine gun fire setting. What's it really doing? We need to know.
Meaning, the community around you will be your inmates. And so this always revolves around this type of testimony. And this gentleman, Rambula, is expected to state that he's concerned about orders.
Funny shit gets shared more than anything else on the internet. Well, that and dramatic shit, I guess.
There's no, I call it a cooling mechanism, which we all could use more of. You know, me included.
Oh, believe me,
look,
I
need
somebody
more
who
for cooling.
sometimes struggle with anger management.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I mean, look, in general terms, it's nice to have a cooling mechanism. And I'm envious of people who have a much cooler one than me. But in this instance, you understand my drift is the erratic outbursts. You know, that's a conduit and a catalyst of this violent behavior that he's reacting on. And that's the point.
What is taking so long for this to start back up?
Where he could say no. You could shut down the brain telling you things. He's choosing.
I gotta leave, homie. He's pissing me off with his rhetoric. So what the fuck is otherwise court's going on right now. Wait, what are they doing?
Not do a diagnosis. And make the diagnosis from the imaging findings alone.
It's been going on for like 5 minutes. Why are they still talking?
By looking at something that
Oh, now they're on it. They just switched to it. Oh wait, was that behind? I'm assuming behind. With their rhetoric.
And they weren't unanimous on the death penalty. Would you think Texas would consider changing it like they did? I think somebody said they.
Sorry guys, that was not a mouse. That was me. I just tried. You have to be in the toilet. Just put weight on the seat, maybe. Blue, you got to figure it out. Put some saran wrap over it, and then press your hands on the seat, and then the saran wrap will let us see through it and see all the different things.
Everyone may be
right?
seated. We are ready to carry on cross-examination. Mr. Snake.
thank you, Your Honor.
The panel's not enough.
Dr. Lyon, thank you for hanging out with us.
I need to see
This-
function,
this
artistry,
afternoon on Friday. I just
innovation.
have a few questions for you here. How many times have you testified,
whatever it's doing.
on behalf of capital murder defendants in Texas?
In Texas specifically, I want to say 7 or 8 times.
And how many total?
I know I'm not the only one that wants to
Probably
see this
about
thing in
15
action.
total.
And
I'm gonna look at the picture right now, though.
correctly, you were in Eastland in January doing the same.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Anima.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Testifying as to the brain abnormalities. Right?
That is correct, sir.
Oh man.
And I noticed.
Rhythm.
This,
It's American Standard, dude. I was expecting it to be
Professor
Japanese.
yes.
all right, how many times do you think you've given that spiel of being a professor?
I think I've only done it like that 2 or 3 times. I typically do a PowerPoint though.
Okay. We had both today, you had you and the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Now, in this particular case, who hired you in this case?
I was hired by the defense
And who's that?
so Susan Anderson.
And how many times do you think you worked with them in the past? Over.
I think 4 times. I'm not absolutely certain on the number.
4 times, including the one in Eastland, or just 4 times?
4 times including today. So I don't believe that Ms. Anderson was involved in the Eastland case.
Her organization was involved. Yeah, Your Honor, correct.
Gotta approach it. You gotta approach it.
particular case, you had some scans ordered to be done on this one, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and those were
So I believe that they were ordered by Dr. Yount. I think the pet may have also had an order from a Dr. Rouse.
okay.
Rouse, R-O-U-S.
And in this particular case, just so we get this out of the way, what's your bill in this case?
So my total bill for everything has been about $40,000. That includes the costs for the actual scans.
Okay. And like I think you talked about in this case, not a doctor,
Damn.
psychologist, neuropsychologist, you're very clear about that, right?
Yes, sir.
And you can't make any type of medical diagnosis or conduct any type of
Who paid him that much?
That is correct.
And in fact, you can't treat.
How does his family have all his money?
Your profession.
That is correct.
So really, in this particular case, you can only really tell us about what you found. You cannot connect what you found to any particular diagnosis.
Again, I can talk about it in the general sense, as I did, that there are certain brain imaging findings that are consistent with diagnoses.
Well, this
You
is
can't
the
make
cross
diagnosis from the imaging findings alone.
of the image doctor guy that
And by the
that
way,
he was just talking
that's
shit about.
something that you see, I have to make sure I'm clarifying this here. You can't say that any particular defendant, including the defendant in this case, has any particular diagnosis, just by looking at this.
That is correct. So I can't say that he has abnormal brain structure and function, but I cannot do a diagnosis.
Now, the three reports that you did in this case, you did EEG, I'm trying to do them in the same order, MRI and a PET scan, right?
That is correct.
And with regard to the EEG and the PET scan, the MRI and the PET scan, both the doctors who read those indicated that the defendant's brain in this case was functioning within normal limits.
So the clinical interpretation of those scans is that there are no abnormalities there are no gross abnormalities on the MRI. There are no gross metabolic abnormalities on the PET scan. That is correct.
And in fact, if now you don't have any report from the PET scan, right?
I do not. It is possible that the facility did one, but I do not have that.
You got a report from the one on the MRI, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this was done by Dr. How do you say his last name?
Dwayne Buono.
Buono, B-U-O-N-O?
Yes, sir.
And he's in Florida, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said he's a board-certified radiologist?
I believe he's board certified neuroradiologist.
Neuroradiologist?
I think so. I know he's a board certified radiologist. I know he did a fellowship in neuroradiology. I'm not sure about the details of the certification there.
All right. And as a result of that, he says things in his report, just going to make sure I get this right, that things are unremarkable, normal, so on and so forth. Is that right?
Yes, and that's very, very common in psychiatric conditions.
That's what our medical doctor here says.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, I think that with regard to the MRI and the PET scan, you indicated that most of the things on there were normal. Is that what you said?
And yes, most of the areas we look at are normal and intact. There were several that were abnormal, particularly on the PET.
And I think that we saw, and I'm not going to try to get into the beta, gamma, theta wave thing with you. You said there were some things that looked like they had fast squiggles and slow squiggles.
So those are the definitions of the beta and the delta waves.
Okay.
Yes.
But I think you also said that at some point that with regard to the test, you get false positives on that test at some point, correct?
So on any test, you can get false positive. There's a statistical technique known as a Benjamin-Hochberg correction for multiple comparisons that I also apply to the data. That isolates the ones that are more likely to be true positive versus false positive findings.
And you indicated that the defendant, I think I'm not trying to butcher your terminology here, he had low FA values and that affected short-term memory.
So he has low FA values in the fornix.
Okay.
The fornix typically supports short-term memory. I can't look at the imaging and say there's fornix abnormalities, therefore he must have memory deficits. Again, these are neurobiological correlates of these things. It would be up to somebody doing cognitive testing to say that he actually has those deficits.
Right. And so with regard to that, that's not going to prevent him from having long-term memory that would keep him from understanding that it's wrong not to kill someone.
So generally, fornix damage does not impact long-term memory. That's correct.
And it's not wrong to kidnap someone.
Again, fornix damage would not have him forget that information.
Now, when I'm looking at all these abnormalities that you're talking about, and you described a whole lot of stuff. Okay,
I need to tape something up outside. I forgot.
But how is it with all of this stuff that the defendant is not just sitting in a room drooling something?
Yeah. So there are levels of abnormalities. These techniques are very, very sensitive. This profile of abnormalities is still on the relatively mild side. So these are the types of abnormalities that we see in individuals with psychiatric dysfunction, with things like autism spectrum disorders. The fact that he has a lot of them, doesn't mean he's a fully demented individual.
Okay. And I guess what I'm asking is that in this case, I guess what I'm asking, how is it possible that he can function, for example, drive a car, read a map, things of that nature, if he has all of these abnormalities and things that you're talking about?
So again, it matters where the abnormalities are. His abnormalities are predominantly in the social cognition system. So he has orbital frontal cortex compromise, but he doesn't have compromise in dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. He doesn't have compromise in the brain areas that support the types of skills that you just mentioned.
So, but with regard to what you're talking about today, you haven't watched the videos in this case, have you?
No, sir.
You didn't watch any of the evidence as far as what happened in this case?
No, sir.
So you can't comment as to whether or not he has any specific real-world deficits. You can't make those comments.
I can't from the imaging. I can say that people in general with these profiles have deficits in social cognition. I cannot specifically say that Mr. Horner has deficits in social cognition other than from the information that's in the record. So the diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder, the core feature of that is social cognition.
Now let's talk a little bit about, we talked a lot about the human brain, okay? And you'll agree with me that the human brain has an amazing ability to adapt and function despite many factors that come into play.
It can, yes.
And when we talk about...
Oh, that's interesting, Lou. Well, thanks for trying, man.
All the things you compare your test brain to, what was that called? The sample of all the people?
The neurotypical data.
Neurotypical data. And there's not really anything such as a normal brain. Nobody has the same brain, do they?
Not exactly the same. So the neurotypical database takes into account the normal variability.
And it is
What
possible
about
that everyone
Siamese
has
twins that have the same brain?
some form of abnormality going on, but that doesn't mean they have any deficits.
So again, what you would see is, depending on how many things you measure, you would see that an individual subject might have one or two abnormalities. And this is this multiple comparison problem. We use the Benjamini-Hochberg to address that issue. So the number of abnormalities that Mr. Horner has, we would see in less than 0.01% of the population.
So even with any abnormality and even with some deficits, you're not telling us that a person is going to act a certain way?
Again, I can only talk about the general, this is what it's correlated with. From the imaging alone, I cannot say anything specific about Mr. Horner's behavioral pattern.
I'm talking about anyone. You can't say any person will act a certain way.
Not explicitly, that is
You
correct.
can't say whether or not they'll commit crimes.
Correct.
You can't say whether or not they'll engage in any particular crime.
Correct.
And for example, I mean, we have individuals out there, let's say, my example I thought of was football players. You'd agree with me that they may have some brain injury at some point. You agree with that?
Many of them, yes.
But that doesn't automatically mean that they have deficits. Right?
It doesn't explicitly and automatically mean that. It means that they are much more likely to. But for an individual person, I can't say, hey, I've got this finding, therefore this person must have this deficit. You can't do that from the imaging.
Right. And you said you got a grant from our special operations warfighters, correct?
Correct.
Well, I'm actually having to get Sawyer to eat this food. I'm having to kind of pull it out of the cage and pretty much hand it to him. Come on, buddy. Come on. Come on. Sawyer, come here. Sawyer, come on. Come here. Come here. You want to eat in there? No, no, no. Oh, buddy, come here. Come here. Do you want to eat? See, okay. I should have just kept doing what I was doing. Because it was working. I'm just going to put this over here. This is how I'm having to feed him right now so that he'll actually eat. Come here. Good night. Well, I shouldn't have stopped, it seems. He's so hard to get to eat, dude. Because of that, he's hard to get fluids in him. Come here. Come here. Come here. Here you go. I don't know, man. It's very frustrating, though. He's not eating near enough food for how big he is. He's bigger than Sweet Pea. He's less than her. I don't really, I don't like leaving this food out for so long either. But it's not hot. It's not hot in here, so it should be fine. You just love being right here, too. Oh, here, let me fix this for her. Oh, you like it like that? Do you want it like that? Yeah, whatever. All right. Put the light off in there.
That particular field, we've got a lot of military service members and veterans that may have some abnormality due to a combat injury. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be somehow unable to continue defending that country.
Again, not necessarily, but on average, they have compromised skills, they have compromised operational readiness, which is why SOCOM is funding us to look for therapeutics.
Now let's break this down a little bit. We've been talking about the brain. Will you agree with me that the brain and a person's mind are different?
There's lots of theoretical work on that. That's a philosophical debate. I will say that the way that one's mind interacts with the world is through the brain. So if your brain is damaged, how your mind is going to interact with the world is highly likely to be compromised.
But your mind, you'll agree with me, is where we get the person's reasoning, motive, things of that nature.
But
Right?
it's all filtered through the brain. So I see that dress as yellow and white. I cannot free will myself to think that that dress is black and blue. And so the way that your mind, if you want to call it that, perceives the world, interacts with the world, is through the brain. So if your brain is damaged, the information going into your mind, the information coming out of your mind is going to be compromised.
And so when you're talking about that, you use the term free will. Your testing is not going to be able to determine free will in an individual. does it?
No, absolutely
And then neuroscience really doesn't have anything to do with person's free will. does it?
not. Yeah, there's lots of neuroscience written about free will and mental status.
But your neuroscience, you're not able to distinguish between those who cannot control their impulses and the people who choose not to control their impulses.
I cannot clearly distinguish between that. That is correct.
How many brains do you think you've scanned?
Across conditions, I've probably been involved in the evaluation of about 7,000 brains.
And the stuff you're looking at, what we're talking about today, Mr. Horner's brain, right? This is not the first time you've seen stuff like that before.
It's not. This is one of the rare occasions where there are so many nodes specifically within the social cognition network. But I've seen other abnormalities, again, more commonly related to things like TBI as opposed to autism spectrum disorder.
And you were in here and you heard the last witness in here, did you not? The nice speech therapy lady?
Yes, sir.
And you heard from her that she said that autism did not cause this crime. You can't disagree with that.
I do not disagree with that.
That's pretty direct.
Judge, I will,
May Dr. Wine be excused?
Finally,
ma'am.
thank you, sir. Our next witness will be testifying remotely, so I need a few minutes to set up everything, okay?
Okay, Cody. Apparently, if you got a damaged brain, that can affect your mind. I mean, right?
Right.
But he doesn't know anything about Tanner Warner, and can't make a diagnosis because he's not a doctor.
Right. He
Okay.
presented the same conclusions as the others. So those last three questions, again, surgical from the prosecutor. I can't say anything specific about Mr. Horner specifically, or anyone else specifically. they would act a certain way simply from reviewing the imaging. He acknowledged that, prosecutor.
Well, does that mean the imaging doesn't matter though? I'm
People who do not
confused.
control their impulses and
Does that-
choose not to control their impulse, like I was talking about earlier with the cooling mechanism.
Right.
He said no. So then the prosecutor ends with, you agree with all the other witnesses the defense has put on that autism did not cause this crime. And he said, I cannot disagree with that. So, again, that's where we are.
It's like a whole lot of nothing.
I don't think they're trying to say whether or not
It's a whole lot of something in the way
they're
that
not trying to say that it caused autism is what caused the crime. The defense is trying to use the autism as reason for him not to get the death penalty because he's fucked in the head, and it's like he's not like there's proof that his brain isn't normal, that he was dealt a fucking short hand or whatever. There's proof of it. It's like it'd be different if there wasn't any proof of that at all, and it would like he was never seeing a psychiatrist or a doctor for being autistic. He didn't have all this childhood trauma and childhood shit. That weighs in on whether or not he should be killed, dude. If he had this silver spoon-fed life and he had it great, he was a millionaire and he still did this. He was an Ivy League graduate and he still did this. That person should be more, like they should probably say that he had more awareness and more like mental stability, more emotional stability. He had better tool bag to deal with the whatever his obsession or his sickness that Mueller had. I don't like dude. Like I don't like the dude either. I think he's a total fucking dirtbag. But it doesn't mean that his like all this should definitely play into whether or not he gets a death penalty.
it's like, does that seems like it tends to help the prosecution more than the defense?
It helps the prosecution, but the defense has, like I said, you just have to go with what you got. They're going with what they have. They're appointed on this case.
They're doing the best.
Wait.
Okay.
The
they
trial
don't
to start back,
so
so we
they
have to
should
listen to
be
these
able to
tards.
more definitive.
There we go.
Right, everyone may be seated, I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify directly. Mr. Go.
Thank you. Dr. Bigelow, could you take the record, please?
Oh, shit. What's this shitty?
And you don't have to go into detail. The court's giving you permission to testify remotely versus college, right?
That is correct.
What are your major areas of training?
Well, I'm Professor Emeritus of Psychology and Neuroscience at Brigham Young University, and I was formerly Professor of Psychology and Neuroscience at the University of Texas at Austin. Also held an appointment at the University of Texas Health Science Center in San Antonio when I was in Texas. I'm a clinical neuropsychologist, licensed, board certified in that specialty, and I'm a cognitive neuroscientist and researcher as well as a clinician. Yes, those are all of my specialty areas. I was a postdoctoral fellow at the Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix, Arizona before taking my position at the University of Texas and the State Hospital there in Austin. And then I was recruited back to Brigham Young University to help develop their neuroscience program in all of those specialty areas that you mentioned. Yes, I've been a professor all those years and directed, I established and directed the brain imaging and behavior laboratory. I also developed a magnetic resonance imaging research center at Brigham Young University and directed that until my retirement in 2018 as a professor and director of large laboratory involved in research. I've published extensively in the peer-reviewed literature on the interface of brain imaging and behavior, which was the name of my laboratory.
There you go.
Yes, I've published 12 different textbooks, working on the 6th edition of one of the textbooks that I've co-authored, and 80 some odd book chapters and over 400 peer-reviewed articles in the field. Yes, I've received a number of awards, both nationally and internationally, and I've lectured nationally and internationally, and lectured at most of the major universities here in the United States.
Damn.
And have you received any grants or fellowships?
Yes. As I mentioned, I fellowship trained in neurophysiology and neuropsychology. That was a long time ago, 1974 to 77. And I've been a co-investigator on numerous grants over the years that are detailed in my vita.
And did you examine
I did not.
So were you asked to give any specific opinion about this?
I was not.
Were you asked to testify regarding brain anatomy, brain functioning in neuropsychiatric disorders generally?
Yes, that was what I was asked to do, to assist his counsel in understanding brain anatomy and brain function and contemporary methods for evaluating structure and function of the human brain. I did. I did.
So, kind of a mouthful for what we asked. We'll ask the jury in our opening we asked you to on the brain and behavior.
Yes. In fact, the motto of my research lab was every behavior has an anatomy. The behavior emerges first in the brain and then outwardly in behavior.
Now, I have the model brain here, so you can correct me if you want to keep that thing. But you can start by describing brain anatomy.
Yes, so I believe that the model that you have is, I have an older version of the model that you have, and I'm holding that up here. We saw some diagrams in Dr. Lewine's presentation. This is a model. So it starts with the 4 lobes. So this is the frontal lobe, this is the parietal lobe, this is the occipital lobe, and I'm holding the brain here by the temporal lobe and down here is the cerebellum, and this is the brainstem. And then if we turn it, this is called medial. If we turn it medially here, now we're looking at the inner part of the left hemisphere. And there's a couple of important areas here that were talked about. This area here is that orbital frontal area that Dr. Wine was talking about. And then this area right here that looks like a curve here, or a bridge. In fact, that's actually the Latin part of it. It's the cortex. This is the cortex. And the back of the cortex comes out of the temporal lobe, and then it dives into a structure here called the thalamus, and then there's projection that comes up into the cortex, but in particular to this area right here, which is called the cingulate gyrus here. So that's a brief overview of some of the main areas of the brain, and I'm happy to discuss the function in more detail with you.
Try to get some tips on them, what? Two motherfuckers. How was though? There we go. There they are.
Yes, neural networks are very important because
Appreciate the prayer, appreciate the help. Chief, appreciate it. Man, yes, appreciate it. Man, yes, appreciate it.
Dr. DeWine mentioned that
Shout out
the
to
brain
Status, yeah.
processes
Oh, good. Farmers, raincoat.
signals every
Truck.
moment of our existence. It's incredibly complex. There's nothing more complex than the human brain.
Nothing in the
And,
world? Wow.
So you have these major hubs in the brain, and then you have these nodes that connect to the hub. Dr. DeWine used those particular terms. He also showed telephone poles or power lines. Now, of course, we have cell phones, so it's a little bit of an older analogy, but the connector part of the telephone analogy, that is that axon, and he showed a diagram of that axon. In the classroom, I would demonstrate it like this. So I pulled my arm up. This is the cell body. This is where, of the neuron, this is where all the metabolic machinery is taking place. These are the dendrites. They're communicating with other axons. This is where the synapse occurs. And then there's one singular process that comes out of the cell body. It can branch into multiple areas, but then it terminates in the synaptic area to communicate with the next. And so you have major hubs and you have minor hubs, and they form these networks because they connect to all of these different nodes. So there's not just one area dedicated in the brain that carries out function. It's multiple areas working contiguously and simultaneously to generate first perceptions and initial processing, and then to actually generate behavior. I always like to use the analogy of roads, highways, freeways, interstates. When I was a professor at the University of Texas, I would drive up to Dallas often. I did things with the different universities up there. And, I-35 is a nice direct route until you get just outside of Dallas. And then all these other highways, freeways, and interstates start to connect. So that's a hub. Fort Worth is a big hub. But you can go anywhere in the United States now once you get to one of those hubs. The brain is exactly the same way. Everything is interconnected.
So, can you describe how that, I understand it now, but how does that end up controlling behavior in the way that the network is?
Well, each one of those hubs, each one of those particular networks is subserving different aspects of behavior. And so one of the areas that Dr. Lewine spoke of is this orbital frontal area. The reason it's called the orbital frontal area is it sits just above the orbit, the eye socket. And so this was referred to as the orbital frontal area, because this is the frontal part of the brain. Well, this orbital frontal area has a direct connection with the temporal lobe. And the temporal lobe has these brain structures called the limbic system. And they're regulators of emotion, including emotional tone. This area up here is called the dorsal lateral, and then as you move forward, prefrontal cortex. This is the slower, more contemplative, decision-making part of the brain. This is the more emotional, reactive part of the brain. If there's an imbalance between these areas, then emotion can override contemplating behavior. And this is one of the things that Dr. Lewine was talking about in terms of social cognition, because social cognition gets tied in to emotional processing, emotional regulation, and emotional tone.
Now, confirming another question the state had earlier, how, and there's sometimes, there's some ways that the brain can try to overcome any sort of issues with the network?
Yes, well, again, some of the things from, well, let me start back, but the brain develops as an experience-dependent organ. So it interacts with the environment, and the environment changes the brain interacts with the environment. It's a back and forth process that takes place. This upper part of the frontal cortex, which is slower and contemplating, and the temporal area and the orbital frontal area are emotionally reactive. So one of the old adages of counting to 10, for example, before you say something, is allowing the frontal lobe to take better control and dampen down emotions. Wow. But if emotions arise, then they cut off that contemplating part of the frontal cortex, and inappropriate behaviors come from that.
I need to start doing that.
When you have the disciplines of psychology, psychiatry, medicine, trying to deal with psychiatric disorders or developmental disorders, is that where they're actually affecting the brain, right?
Yes, that's where, all behavioral functions, and from the standpoint of psychiatric disorders, it's really brain health. Psychiatric disorders are not some ethereal thing that's happening independent of the brain. They are, in fact, related to the brain.
And I believe that Dr. Lewine referred to the philosophical idea of the mind, but we're talking about the physical brain and how it directly affects how we think.
I didn't know that 10-second thing, man.
That's correct, because the brain is involved in perception. You have the perception, and then Dr. Lewine used the example of language processing, that in the right-handed individual typically starts here in the temporal area, but for it to actually be expressed as language, that has to communicate up here using various imaging techniques.
He said in a right-handed individual.
One in the laboratory can actually watch that process happen, and then the behavior emerges. But it's the brain that's driving that behavior.
Tell the jury more about that. Is imaging one of the ways that you detect these, determine the neural networks? Is that what the research has shown?
Yes, that's a major part of contemporary research looking at cognition and behavior.
And what kind of imaging are we talking about?
All of the imaging that was discussed today, electroencephalography, magnetic resonance imaging, positron emission tomography.
So those are commonly used in scientific and forensic settings and clinical settings.
That's all correct.
So can you please explain how quantitative abnormalities would affect the neural networks?
So where one has to start, if you go back to the actual imaging, Dr. Lewine spoke of the T1 weighted MRI. Well, that MRI is showing you the basic anatomy. In fact, the anatomy is so good on a T1 weighted MRI that it approximates what you would do with postmortem. So you could have a postmortem view and a side-by-side MRI, and you would see that they're very, very similar. But the resolution on MRI just takes you down to a millimeter. Well, in a single cubic millimeter of the cortical brain tissue, you have somewhere around 100,000 neurons, and you have somewhere around 5 million synapses just in that little 1 millimeter area.
Wow.
And so when you're looking at the clinical scan, which was discussed this morning, you're looking at the gross anatomy, but you're not looking at the cellular level. You're having to make some inferences about that. And where the quantitative imaging assists is it's like artificial intelligence in a way. It's taking a deeper dive into the data. And as Dr. Lewine explained, that T1 weighted image gives you 3 tissue types. Gray matter, that's where the cell bodies and the synapses occur. White matter, that's that singular process axon that then connects with other cells, and cerebral spinal fluid, CSF. The computer programs allow you to then what's called segment into white matter, gray matter, and cerebral spinal fluid. And then through a variety of very eloquent algorithms, it allows you to then classify those areas. You saw the images that had the colors. Those are classified images that are identifying specific areas of the brain. And now, because this was what's called a volume acquisition MRI, you know the parameters, and you can define these areas, we call them regions of interest. You can define those areas, and then you can quantify their volume. You can actually do even more. You can measure their shape, their contour, the surface area. So there's a number of metrics. The only ones that were applied here were volumetric analyses. But it's giving you a window into a more detailed aspect of brain structure when you're looking at the MRI. And the PET imaging is telling you something more about metabolic function, and the EEG is telling you something more about the physiologic function of the brain. This is what's called multimodality imaging, where you take this imaging and you integrate it to best understand what the imaging data is telling you about that individual.
Okay, and just to clarify real quick, we're talking about the MRI was post-mortem, right? They took a brain out and looked at it, looked at the MRI, those are gonna be matched up, right?
That's correct.
Oh, I see. Taking the brain. I was thinking that maybe that's what they meant. But they do that probably with so few people, actually take their brain out. But they're saying that that's how accurate it is. That when they take people's brains out and actually look at, like, do them outside the body, they don't get any more accurate than MRI got it inside the body.
Well, as Dr. Wine testified, there's a radio tracer that is labeled to glucose. The neuron, and like Dr. Wine indicated, there's close to 100 billion neurons. And there's another set of cells called glial cells that are just as frequent, sometimes more. So you have in excess of 200 billion cells. They have no capacity to store oxygen or glucose. They always have to have oxygen and glucose. And so if you have
and that's probably when they say the brain uses more of our calories than any other single organ. That's why.
A radio tracer that labels the glucose, then you can monitor the uptake. And then, as Dr. Lewine was showing, you're from a quantitative PET analysis standpoint, you're looking at either increased or decreased activity from whatever the basic baseline would be in comparison to that neurotypical normative sample.
That was the other thing I was asking. At a more basic level, your brain has to have glucose to function, correct?
Oh, yes.
That's one of the reasons why testing where that's going and how it's moving is important.
It's measuring the uptake of that radioactive particle as it's being metabolized.
Can you explain to the jury how neural network pathology relates to psychiatric disorders?
My sandwich look good? You said it looks good.
Well, one of the very interesting aspects of psychiatric disorders
Toothpick
is
and pickle. Sorry.
it almost doesn't matter which psychiatric disorder one is looking at. Some of the key areas of the brain that are typically going to be involved. And that's true of all of the psychiatric disorders that have been discussed concerning Mr. Horner. It involves that inferior frontal area, the temporal lobe, and structures inside the temporal lobe called the hippocampus and the amygdala. The fornix takes that information from the hippocampus and some from the amygdala and transfers it to other parts of the brain. These are parts that are referred to as the limbic system. And so, again, whether we're looking at depression, anxiety disorders, schizophrenia, whatever psychiatric condition we're looking at, the more common aberrations that are shown with these kinds of quantitative and multimodality techniques is that these areas of the brain are affected in some way, at some level.
Now, you mentioned before that Dr. Lewine's combination of those three tests is kind of a model for how you look at neural networks. Is that typical in the forensic and scientific community?
That's correct.
And Lee, let me ask you another question. As far as things that can affect the brain, affect the neural networks, does that include things like toxic exposure, examples of fetal alcohol, lead, or toxic stress.
That's correct.
Things like neurodevelopmental disorders like autism spectrum disorder, ADHD, are those things that you can also show a neurological link.
Correct.
We haven't talked much about psychiatric disorders, but are things like, I guess, one may refer to mood disorders, things like that. Those are also things that actually are grounded in your brain and your neural network. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, there's, within those systems that I was talking about, there's a valence, a balance. And if there's underlying neurologic dysfunction, that balance can go off cue. And one can be overly emotional or emotionally reactive or display deficits in
Why was he on his
judgment,
medication?
conforming behavior to societal standards. All of those things can
That's the
happen.
thing.
One more thing to clarify, I didn't remember.
Yeah, moron.
Multimodality. Can you just break that down?
Well, yes. MRI is considered to be structural when you're using that T1 and some of the other imaging sequences. But one of the other things that Dr. Lewine did is the diffusion tensor imaging, which allows you to look at pathways, and you can actually apply what are called diffusion metrics to assess the integrity of those pathways. So that's telling you structure. The PET scan is telling you about metabolic activity, and the EEG is telling you about the physiology of the brain, how the brain is reacting and connecting. And one of the things he talked about, Dr. Lewine talked about, is coherence. So areas that are showing connectivity will have somewhat similar coherence. So it allows you to look at how the network is connecting. And then as you go across these different modalities of imaging, you can make more inferences about how the brain is functioning and how that structural aspect of the brain relates to function.
Now, tell the jury a little bit about the difference between the clinical use of those imaging to detect gross abnormality versus the clinical looking at more quantitative, those other issues, and the forensic and scientific use of those different imaging.
Well, one of the things that's happening is a movement towards what's called precision medicine. And that's taking advantage of artificial intelligence, the power of these methods for rapidly examining the brain. This is likely to become standard fare within, in my opinion, in the next 5 to 10 years. So that it's one thing to look at a brain and the first line of assessment of the brain is to see, is there a medical necessity there? Is there a tumor? Is there a vascular lesion? Is there something that needs attention, an infection? Once that is confirmed not to be there, then you're looking at, is there any kind of major developmental abnormality, any other kind of deviation? And when those things are not present, there's a tremendous amount of information that is in that scan, but it's not looked at. But it can be now with the technologies that we have. And so what's happening in cognitive neuroscience, in clinical neuropsychology, is that it's it's moving in that direction. So for example, back to the line, Alzheimer's disease. This is one of the areas where it's really happening quite quickly. So as a neuropsychologist, I can administer tests that can measure memory, but I'm not necessarily looking specifically at the memory network. But with imaging, using especially diffusion sensor imaging, structural quantitative imaging, I can look at the different components of that. And so if I'm working up an Alzheimer's patient, then I want to know that, I don't want to know just that the brain kind of looks normal. I want to know what's the size of the hippocampus, what's the connection of the hippocampus with the rest of the brain, and all of those things. So that's happening right now. It will move into the clinical world, in my opinion, in the next 5 or 10 years. Right now, it's primarily a research tool.
So that's, we're talking about the computer analysis, is that becoming more available?
Dude, people aren't gonna trust that shit.
Oh, yes.
Are
Yeah,
they? You think people are gonna trust that?
The supercomputers.
AI is just gonna tell us what's wrong with us and how to
So
tweak our brains?
one of the
We're gonna trust
what I
the
have
AI?
done is one of the slides I have
Brain tweaking.
is that every quantitative aspect of imaging analysis has to be done by hand, tracing the structures. When I started this when I was at the University of Texas. Now, we can do all of these major quantitative analyses in a matter of a few minutes. It would just take days to do that on an individual patient client in the past, and now it can be done in a few minutes.
Right, that right there, that's what's
With,
concerning.
Supercomputers, it can be even done faster.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
The analysis itself is not that something.
30 seconds. 2 seconds.
Yes, we first published on quantitative imaging analysis back in the 1980s.
Is AI gonna solve our mental health epidemic?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
You did not do an evaluation on Tanner Porter, the defendant in this case, correct?
No, I did not see him, evaluate him, or anything else.
Have you ever met Tanner Porter?
No.
You're here today just general or educational reasons?
Correct.
And you're not testifying that Tanner Porter didn't know right from wrong, are you?
I am not.
Is that what decides whether or not he gets the death penalty, whether or not he knew right from wrong?
Did you have a question?
Oh, right from wrong?
No, I'm sorry, the question was, you're not saying that autism was the cause of the crime in this case.
No.
And we asked this question to all of our experts. But were you paid for your testimony today?
I was.
And what is your total bill in this case?
It's about $4,000.
Is that including your testimony today?
No. It'd be another $1,000 or so for today.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Doctor, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Where's all this money coming from, dude? That they're paying all these witnesses and shit
Okay,
for.
we're done for today. I'm gonna come back though and give you instructions in just a minute, and so I'll be back.
Does that make any sense? Who is paying tens of thousands of dollars for this guy's defense team? Is it the public defender's office?
Okay, Cody, I think we both struggle.
Does he have
with
fucking
that
public
and
defenders?
struggle to follow the point of it. He never met Tanner Horner, never examined him, and he was apparently testifying for general educational reasons.
Educational purposes. So we're all more educated in terms of a guy that read about some things. So,
You feel it's more educated?
not really. I don't at this point. 2:30 on Friday. But he believes, and that's fine. Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, the TBD, I guess, to be determined. Just going to keep putting more and more these type of witnesses there in support of that second special issue of mitigation. See if that carries the weight for them.
Because I don't think we've had an expert witness yet who has actually examined Tanner Horner.
Yeah.
No, we haven't. We are 3 days of the defense. 3 days.
You're right.
And not one expert who's actually examined him?
So as we stand today, assuming the jury has it, first special issue.
He's got a fucking public defender, y'all. I'm looking at a news thing from the Dallas Morning News. So it's one of their local things, and I was reading through it, and it's talking about how when the mom was on stand, she recoiled at the thought of what her son had done, hesitating after a question from Assistant Public Defender Susan Anderson. He has a public defender, and they're spending tens of thousands of dollars on his fucking what? I never even thought of some shit like this happening, dude. Like, it's bad enough, right, that the taxpayer money is going towards having to prosecute and the court time and everything, but they're going above and beyond, spending thousands of dollars on people to come try to keep this guy out of death row. Is that not kind of fucking weird? The public defender's office paid a different doctor $40,000, he said this morning. So that's $45,000 so far just from 2 people today. He did tests and shit though. And that's why it was more expensive. Crazy, dude. Very interesting. They do so like they really make sure they cover all the bases for the guy, right? I guess they have to, or you could try to say that he didn't get a fair trial. Man, oh man, I'm gonna leave now, y'all, because nobody's talking. It's been 20 minutes, and y'all love to just leave me fucking talking to myself. So I'm gonna go now for y'all. I'll just bye.